Recording has started.
Okay, all right, let's get started. Good morning. This is the post-filing workshop in PG&E's 2024 Risk Assessment and Mitigation Phase application, or commonly referred to as the RAM application. The application number in this proceeding is A2405008. My name is Steve Hain. I'm a Senior Utilities Engineer from the CPUC's Safety Policy Division. The CPUC and PG&E are jointly hosting today's workshop. I'm your co-host for today's workshop. Today's workshop is the first workshop since PG&E's 2024 RAM application was filed on May 15th. For those of you who may not be familiar with the RAM process, a RAM application is part of the risk-based decision-making framework. A RAM application is where a large energy utility identifies the top 40% of safety risks selected from its list of enterprise-level risks. In the RAM application, the IOU presents its risk evaluation methodology as well as its proposed risk mitigation programs and projects designed to address those identified RAM risks. A RAM application is filed 1 year before the IOU's general rate case is filed. The purpose of the RAM application is to allow parties an opportunity to provide the IOU feedback before those RAM mitigation programs and projects are included in the IOU's GRC. This 2024 PG&E RAM is the first RAM application subject to the new cost-benefit analysis requirements adopted by the Commission in a 2020 decision in the risk-based decision-making framework rulemaking proceeding, also known as the RDF proceeding. So with these introductory remarks out of the way, let me introduce you to my co-host from PG&E, Mr. Ken Arnold. Ken?
Thank you. I appreciate the opening summary and introduction. My name is Ken Arnold. I'm a case manager for PG&E. Going to help you kind of move through the introduction here. If we could go to the next slide to the agenda. Excellent. So last night, PG&E issued an update to these presentation materials. Just so we're clear, the agenda slide was mainly what was updated. We made sure that it aligned to a 10 a.m. start time. There was one other grammatical or typographical error that was changed, but nothing of substance. So looking at this agenda, we do have a full day in front of us. We do have 2 breaks planned, one near 11 o'clock, a lunch around 12:30, and a second break around the 2:45 mark of the day. We have a number of presenters, both from our enterprise risk group and from our risk owners, from functional area people that are in the weeds on these risks, representing their chapters. If we can move to the next slide. As we do that, I think the next slide is the safety slide, and I'll just make sure everyone, before we really kind of get into the weeds of the presentation, is safe to start. I'd recommend, or I ask everyone to think about where they are, whether in the office or if they're at home. Think about a safe and clear path to an emergency exit, and think about an alternate or emergency path in the event that that path is blocked. So let's take a second, make sure everyone has a clear path, no tripping hazards on the way out of wherever you are. Okay. We can move to the next slide. Okay. I want to thank the Safety Policy Division and Steve for co-hosting this workshop with us. Aligned with the agenda that we previously showed and we've seen in the pre-read materials, we have a number of PG&E representatives here today to speak to their respective sections. We've asked our presenters to pause at the end of each slide to answer questions as we move along. And I've talked to Steve, either Steve or myself will jump in to provide notifications to make sure that we stay on schedule throughout this presentation. So giving warnings of 10 or 5 minutes out for closing a section. I think we can move along. Next slide, please. Excellent. So talking about today's workshop. On May 15th, PG&E, we issued our 2024 RAMP report, and that included detailed analysis on 12 of the top safety risks focused on the years 2027 through 2030. That aligns with our upcoming rate case. The RAMP report is not a filing seeking cost recovery. It does not represent a final suite of mitigation programs in our rate case, but it is an early preview into what may be included in that rate case. So I think, as Steve said, the purpose here is for feedback as we move along. The RAMP, again, which was just filed right about a month ago, provides analysis that will be considered and will affect our GRC application. However, with the RAMP just becoming final and the SPD evaluation and party comments that we must consider in the fall, it's a process that is ongoing and conversations continue internally. This post-filing workshop is our opportunity to provide a summary of what's contained within our report. Our enterprise risk group will give an overview of the report. And again, we have the top safety risk for each functional area here to summarize their chapter today. Those chapters are wildfire, large uncontrolled water release, dam safety, loss of containment on gas transmission pipeline, and the cybersecurity risk. Next slide, please. Okay, procedural schedule. The Commission's rate case plan provides specific due dates for the risk framework. PG&E was timely in both of our pre-filing workshops and met our obligation to file on May 15th of this year. The next step in that rate case plan is an evaluation by September 3rd from the Safety Policy Division. I would just note September 3rd is the day after Labor Day. I think 110 days is September 2nd. So this provides kind of the next step as we move along this path of hearing the feedback on our RAMP report, and we continue to work towards our general rate case application on May 15th of 2025. Next slide. Okay, I would like to introduce Sandy Allen, who is going to give an overview of the RAMP report.
Actually, before I begin, Paul McGregor, if you're on the line, if you wanted to make some opening remarks before we continue with the presentation, since I think we skipped over that.
Yeah, sure, Sandy, I can do that for sure. And just wanted to take the opportunity again to thank the CPUC for hosting this call and the parties for their attendance and engagement. We look forward to a good discussion today. My name is Paul McGregor. I am the Senior Director of Enterprise and Operational Risk Management for PG&E. So RAMP is one of my biggest responsibilities. Prior to this role, I was in the role of the Director of Wildfire Risk, so I spent a lot of time with a number of the parties. Our objective and our stand, as we call it internally, is that everything is always safe. And that includes the safe operation of the energy system. So in this report, we presented what we believe are our top safety risks, and that's what we would like to explore with you today. This will be PG&E's third RAMP filing. We previously filed in 2017 and 2020. It's a company-wide effort, including professionals from a number of our departments, including risk, regulation, law, finance, and of course the functional areas. So it's a true cross-functional collaboration effort across our enterprise. I'd like to extend my thanks to all of the professionals that worked on this. This is the first RAMP report using the cost-benefit approach as directed by decision 22-12-027. And to quote that decision, with every RAMP filing, parties learn ways to improve upon the risk analysis. So we believe we've moved the needle by moving this analysis forward. Our desire is to build trust with the Commission and the parties and the public through ownership, accountability, and transparency in how we're performing this analysis. Understand today, some of the parties are seasoned professionals in the RAMP process, but for some other newer members, maybe members of the public, this may be their first RAMP report. So we have a number of highly skilled, qualified presenters on the call, and we do encourage questions. So as Ken stated, we'll have natural pauses at the end of each slide. We will have discussion at the end of each section, and there's also some time at the end of the day for some overall question and answers and perhaps any comments from members of the public that could be on the call. So once again, I want to thank everybody for joining and encourage some good participation across the way. So I'll hand back over to you, Sandy, at this point.
Thank you, Paul, and good morning, everyone. So I'm going to start by talking briefly about how we selected risks for the RAMP report. And for those of you that attended our February 7th workshop, you'll be familiar with this process. But I'll just go over here again for anyone that didn't. So following the regulatory requirement, we first looked at the 32 enterprise risks on our enterprise risk register and calculated a safety risk value for those that had a safety risk component. And we identified 11 risks out of 27 that have a safety risk value. So that's 40% as the top 40% of our enterprise risks. And part of the requirement, we also computed reliability and financial risk values too, but we selected our preliminary ramp risk or our final ramp risk ultimately based on those that had the safety risk value. So those 11 risks, but because one of those 11 risks included electric transmission system wide blackout, which isn't under the jurisdiction of the CPUC, or rather not a GRC preceding jurisdiction risk, we elected to include the next risk on the list with a safety value, which is large overpressure event downstream of a gas measurement and control facility. So those are the 12 risks that we presented in our 2024 RAMP report. So I'll pause briefly to see if there's any questions before we move to the next slide. All right. So again, for those of you who attended the February 7th workshop, this is the 12 RAMP risks that were presented at that workshop. However, the ranking changed slightly. Failure of electric distribution overhead assets moved up one spot ahead of electric transmission system-wide blackout, and failure of electric distribution underground assets was previously ranked number 12. It moved up to 10, and large overpressure event downstream of gas measurement and control facility became the 12th risk. So those two swapped essentially, as did the distribution overhead and transmission system-wide blackout. And that's primarily because we finalized our risk model inputs between the February workshop and filing the RAMP report that would have changed the safety risk values a little bit for this set of risks. So same set of risks, just a slightly different ranking. And here you see not only the safety risk values, but the other components that lead to computing the total risk value. So electric or gas reliability and financial risk as well. So again, I'll pause there for any questions on this. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and here's graphically an illustration of what changed from the 2020 RAMP report to the 2024. By and large, it was the same set of risks with a few exceptions. So in 2020 RAMP, we had the real estate and facilities failure risk and motor vehicle safety incident risk, both of which are no longer RAMP risks and this time around. In addition, we have two new RAMP risks that replace those. So there's electric transmission system-wide blackout that I mentioned earlier, and cybersecurity risk event, which was previously a cross-cutting factor only. Now it is also a standalone risk event. So that's the two that were added, replacing the other two that I mentioned that dropped out. And to a large extent, the rankings are somewhat similar to what they were in the 2020 RAMP, with a few exceptions. The electric distribution overhead asset failure risk moved up quite a bit from the 9th to the 4th spot on the rankings. But overall, most of the other risks had fairly similar to rankings to what they had in the 2020 RAMP report. A couple of other things I want to mention is that third-party safety incident that risk got redefined as public contact with intact energized electrical equipment. So it became more narrowly focused specifically on the risks of injury or death resulting from contact with electrical equipment that's not due to asset failure. And then electric distribution network and underground assets, both of which were two separate risks previously, have been combined into one risk because they have a fairly similar risk profile. Okay, I will pause there, see if there's any questions on this. Okay, next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, there's 12 risks that are presented in the RAMP report, each with its own chapter. Today, we're going to hear presentations from 4 of those risks. So wildfire with PSPS and EPSS, large uncontrolled water release, loss of containment on a gas transmission pipeline, and cybersecurity risk event. Those represent a cross-section of the 4 major functional areas within PG&E. So that's, electric operations, gas operations, energy supply, and shared services. In addition to those 4, there are 8 other chapters shown below on this slide. So public contact with intact energized electrical equipment, failure of electric distribution overhead assets, electric transmission system-wide blackout, failure of electric distribution underground assets, then 2 other gas risks, loss of containment on the gas distribution main or service, and a large overpressure event. And then on the shared services side, we have employee safety incident and contractor safety incident. Next slide, please. So that was kind of a very brief overview of what risks that are included in the RAMP report. Now we'll talk a little bit about the report organization and presentation itself. Next slide, please. So at a high level, we essentially have 7 exhibits. And this is very consistent with the 2023 GRC filing and also the upcoming 2027 GRC. And that's by design. Coming out of the Risk OIR Phase 1, Track 3 and 4 issues decision, there was a desire to make it easier for interveners to have some consistency between the GRC, the RAMP filings, and RSARs. So we've tried to do that. We've used the same exhibits to the extent they match with the GRC filing. So here we have 2 sort of introductory exhibits. Exhibit 1 is an introductory chapter itself. Exhibit 2 are a set of chapters that discuss, PG&E's risk management structure, how we did the implementation of the cost-benefit approach and risk modeling, etc. Cross-cutting factors and some other things. We'll get to that in a moment. But those are sort of the preface to the individual RAMP risk chapters. And then we have 5 other exhibits. So gas operations, electric operations, energy supply, 4 exhibits. And finally, enterprise health and safety, IT, and shared services. Again, very similar to the 2023 GRC. Next slide, please. So in developing the RAMP report, one of the sort of things we want to emphasize here is our approach to assessing and mitigating risks has to take several things into consideration. One is, as a company managing risk, PG&E needs to maintain flexibility. And part of that is because risk is dynamic. It's definitely not static, and there's certain types of risks that are hard to model or anticipate, like climate change has a very long time horizon. Cybersecurity is a new and continually evolving risk. So that's one of the sort of learnings and themes we want to get across, is that as we go from the RAMP into the GRC, that we be flexible in our approach, and we'll adapt and evolve our prioritization to risk management as things change. We also want to emphasize, taking a balanced approach to risk mitigation and planning. And again, that's taking into consideration not just things like cost-benefit ratios, but other factors that are important. And also related to that, understanding the inherent limitations of risk modeling and the uncertainties around it. So again, not relying solely on the risk modeling for decision making as we think about how to manage risk and prioritize safety. PG&E has sought to be, in terms of guiding principles in this ramp filing, PG&E has sought to be transparent and collaborative with, our engagement with other parties through a series of workshops, is be as transparent as possible about our rationale for how we modeled the risk as well as the risk mitigations that are presented in the ramp report. And again, balancing the use of modeling data, quantitative information with the need to manage risk as a utility, and definitely an emphasis on safety. Finally, on this slide, we talk about, improvements and developments that we've changed since the 2020 ramp. A major one being the implementation of the cost-benefit approach that came out of the risk OIR phase 2 decision. We've also incorporated elements from the environmental and social justice pilot study plan that was ordered in the same decision that required the CBA implementation. Since the last ramp, we have separately modeled PSPS as a risk event, separate from wildfire, and we'll get into that a little bit later on in the presentation. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the reshuffling of ramp risks from the last report. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned a couple of slides ago, we have an introductory exhibit that kind of sets the stage before we get into the individual ramp risk chapters. So in Exhibit 2, we provide an overview of the enterprise risk management framework at PG&E, how PG&E is organized to manage risk. Chapter 2 in Exhibit 2 provides a detailed discussion of the modeling. So how PG&E developed and implemented the cost-benefit approach that was required, and provides a lot of detail on how PG&E computes risk values and cost-benefit ratios that are presented in the individual ramp risk chapters. In Chapter 3 of Exhibit 2, we talk about cross-cutting factors. In the 2020 ramp report, this was introduced towards the end of the ramp report, but we felt this time around, because cross-cutting factors are sort of, in many cases, key drivers of risk, we felt it was important to elevate that a little bit this time around. So we described the 7 cross-cutting factors and talk about, how they impact the event-based risks, and then where applicable, discuss mitigations for those cross-cutting factors to help reduce risk. Chapter 4 goes into detail on how PG&E selected the 12 ramp risks that are presented in the report, and providing a little bit more information than what I went over earlier. Chapter 5, similar to the 2020 ramp report, there's a discussion of PG&E's safety culture and policies, and how compensation incentivizes safety. So that is fairly similar to the last ramp filing for those of you who've read it. 2 new things to this exhibit from the last ramp report is a chapter on climate resilience and the ESG pilot study implementation. The CAVA was filed concurrently on the same day as the 2024 ramp report, and to the extent realistic, we have incorporated learnings from the CAVA into the ramp report, and that's kind of represented throughout the ramp risk chapters. So this chapter on climate resilience kind of gives an overview of that, kind of leading into the individual risk chapters. And then finally, the ESG pilot study implementation. This chapter kind of prefaces where ESG stuff shows up in the individual risk chapters. Are the requirements from the risk OIR phase 2 decision. PG&E's made a sincere effort to demonstrate how they met the requirements of that decision regarding ESG issues. Next slide, please. And so finally, I believe this might be the last slide in my section. These are the four, oh sorry, no, there's one more after this. These are the four ramp risk exhibits. So gas operations, electric operations, energy supply, and enterprise health and safety, IT, and shared services. And each chapter is essentially structured the same way. So you have a risk assessment section that discusses risk drivers and consequences and the bow tie, etc. Then we go into PG&E's proposed controls and mitigations in the near term, and then in the next GRC period, 27 to 2030, the programs PG&E proposes to reduce risk. And then finally, there are alternative mitigations described that PG&E considered but ultimately did not elect to propose. Next slide, please. Okay, sorry, that was my last slide. So that's all I have. If there are any questions on any of that, now's the time to ask before I hand you over to Kim Mullins from our Enterprise and Operational Risk Management quantitative side. Okay, hearing none, thank you. And Kim, it's over to you.
Thanks very much, Sandy. Next slide, please. So where Sandy's objective was to orient those in attendance as to how the RAMP report is structured, my objective is to orient those in attendance as to how the work papers are structured. So most of the exhibits and chapters have supporting work papers. Those are organized by exhibit and are presented in compressed folders, zip folders, using a 5-letter name convention. So for example, Exhibit 2, Chapter 2, our risk modeling and cost benefit ratio chapter, work papers supporting that chapter are contained within zip folder RM-RM CBR. I'll also note that some of the chapters have multiple folders containing organized work papers, notably our cross-cutting factor chapter, which Sandy mentioned is Chapter 3. We've organized that by cross-cutting factor to help folks zoom in or locate specific cross-cutters they're interested in. I'll also note that Exhibit 4, Chapter 1, our electric operations, wildfire with PSPS and EPSS, also contains multiple folders distinguishing wildfire, PSPS, and EPSS supporting work papers to help distinguish those modeling components. Next slide, please. Thank you. So zooming in to the aforementioned Exhibit 2, Chapter 2, our risk modeling and CBR work papers, there are quite a few here. We've included this in part as a reference slide. This is essentially the same contents as RMCBR-0, or our sort of index file with a brief description of the contents of each work paper. I wanted to highlight a couple of work papers for this audience. So work papers 1 through 4 feature guidance documents or example implementations of our cost benefit approach and cost benefit ratio calculations. So for those of you who want to sort of work through in an Excel workbook, understand how it is that we connect input data, how the model computes these risk values, cost benefit ratios, I'll direct you to look at RMCBR-3A and 3B, which replicate risk values for our electric transmission system-wide blackout and public contact with intact energized electric equipment risks. And I'll also direct you to 3C, 3D, and 3E, which replicate cost benefit ratio calculations for 3 control and mitigation programs. A number of the other work papers support our monetization factors, so on and so forth for the cost benefit approach PG&E develops and we implement in this ramp report. I'd also like to draw your attention to work papers 14 and 15, which we think are especially useful summary tables. So work paper 14 presents in a tabular format summarized risk values for the risks across PG&E's corporate risk register, including the top safety risks, the 12 that show up in ramp. I'll also direct you to work paper 15, which is a summary table, 2 summary tables actually, including program level cost benefit ratios for all of the mitigations and controls presented throughout the ramp report, as well as tranche level CBRs. So that's, we hope, a useful reference point for those pieces of data. I'd also like to highlight work papers 18, 19, and 20, where we have, for those of you who don't necessarily prefer to consume large tabular data sets, we've prepared a number of graphics to help communicate visually the types of information presented elsewhere or that are discussed in the report. So looking at sort of a baseline risk value per unit of exposure versus total exposure, work paper 18. Work paper 19 focusing on programs, looking at net present value of risk reduction versus program costs, so kind of distinguishing features of our cost benefit ratio. And then finally, work paper 20, looking at tranche level CBRs versus program costs. So I encourage folks to take a look at those graphics as they're trying to understand the landscape of CBRs. We have one included for each of the risks, each of the programs, with some indices to help you navigate through those files. Next slide, please. So kind of zooming in on the set of work papers that support our risk models, I included this figure to help folks have a better understanding of how data flows or circulates through this set of work papers we call the modeling work papers, which are a consistent set between work papers, between risk events. So consistent order, they follow a standard template and sort of generally circle through this cycle of information. Work paper 1, we call the risk model input file. So that's where we specify, exposure, likelihood, or natural unit consequence distributions. And we also import information about programs to help us establish our test year baseline risk profile. Risk model input data goes through our enterprise risk model, which outputs bowtie data, risk value data, that's then pulled in to our bowtie visual. So the visuals you see in the report, you'll see in subsequent slides today, as well as the consequence tables are presented in that work paper 2, that bowtie file. Looking at work paper 5, our test your baseline risk data are consumed by what we call the RSC Lite tool to compute CBR values, which are presented at the tranche and program level. So that's kind of the cycle of, as I said, the modeling work papers, which, as I mentioned, are sort of consistent across each of our risk bowties. We also have a complementary set of technical work papers, which are going to vary risk by risk, depending on what data, what data transformations, what background calculations are needed for us to define the required set of information in our risk model input file, the required set of information in our CBR input file. So if you go to the next slide, we're going to zoom in further to one particular risk, again, pulling out the public contact with intact energized electrical equipment. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the set of work papers supporting that risk event. So we see 1 through 5, which I walked through on the previous slide. Also see an index file, the PCEEE-0, which includes a brief description of all of the work papers, modeling work papers, technical, financial, supporting this risk event. I'll call your attention to the fact that there are sometimes multiple CBR input files for one risk event. depending on what makes it most straightforward for us and we think for you to see programs grouped together. I'll also note that there are 2 technical work papers for this risk. And again, this is going to vary risk by risk. And the last work paper here, PCEEE-F, is the financial work paper. This is another one that's common across all of our risk events and contains the financial tables that are also presented in the chapters. So this is sort of a tabular reference point to what is included in the PDFs. Next slide, please. Wanted to round out this section highlighting one source of difference between the structures across our risk events. Some of the electric operations risks in particular have an additional set of work papers that essentially serve as supporting work papers for the CBR input files. You'll note, or they distinguish themselves as having the convention, risk ID-M or risk ID-C to associate them with the specific program that they support. So in this case, WPSPS-M002 supports specific sectionalization program. So that's a slight source of difference. Otherwise, we see this following the same convention, a set of modeling work papers, 1 through 5, an index file, and then sort of 6+ is a set of technical work papers with data specific to the modeling of this risk event. I believe that is the last slide in this overview section. So folks have any questions, happy to take those now. Otherwise, I will hand the baton to Benson Wong.
Thanks, Kim. Given that there's no questions that I see on the line, I'm going to provide an update on our interruption cost estimate calculator, or the ICE calculator for short. If you move to the next slide. Back in our April workshop, PG&E described how we utilize the ICE calculator as a representation of our electric reliability attribute for our risk valuation. What was noted here was that the variation in the customer sector between commercial and industrial customers and our residential customers could lead to significantly different results. In regard to the ICE calculator, Safety Policy Division has requested some additional analysis surrounding the implementation of the ICE calculator for PG&E. On this slide, you'll see in this table that we represented our blended value of reliability to be $3.17 across our PG&E customer base relative to what we know about them being in a commercial industrial designation versus a residential customer. However, based on the variability in the customer sector that we can see across our territory, the dollar per CMI, or the dollar per customer minutes interrupted, can vary. Because of this potential difference, Safety Policy Division was interested in examining how that granularity of our customer base can impact our results. If we move to the next slide, we can walk through the request in more detail. On May 20th, roughly about a month ago, the analysis required us to break out the ICE calculator based on 4 geographical territories: High Fire Threat District Tier 3, High Fire District Tier 2, Non-High Fire Threat District EPSS capable, and non-HFTD EPSS not capable. You'll hear a little bit more about some of these differences and terminologies of EPSS and High Fire Threat District as we get into the wildfire risk discussion. This is reflecting that the customer mix between our residential and commercial industrial sectors are going to be different in different parts of our territory. On June 11th, PG&E did provide the updated value of reliability based on the separation in the ICE calculator, and that's available to anybody on our ramp service list. We recognize that the other ICE calculator inputs could also make an impact to the value of the reliability, but at a minimum, PG&E and SPD wanted to share that impact based on customer mix alone as soon as they were available. I believe also that that information was also dropped in chat for people's awareness. Now, the next phase of this request is in regards to the recomputation of PG&E's risk scores relative to these updated ICE calculator results for PG&E's electric risks. This is a little bit more involved of an analysis, and that involves the granular fashion based on two aspects of analysis. One, it would be the value of reliability based on the separation of where the risk event occurs. And the second would be the value of reliability based on where the customer is located. This difference I'll provide maybe as an example. There could be an equipment failure that occurs in high fire threat district tier 3. However, the downstream impacts of this may be felt by customers that don't reside in tier 3. For example, they can reside in tier 2 or in a non-HFTD location. And with that difference, the value of reliability can be or would be different based on valuing based on where the risk event occurred versus where the customer is actually physically located. So this is part of the next part of the analysis that we're going to integrate. It is different from what is being presented in RAMP, but we understand how this intent of this analysis and how the reliability can shift is something that we should analyze. So currently, at the moment, PG&E is in the process of separating out our risk event data. So as we described earlier, we just took the customer profile and created a value of reliability by these locations. Now we are going to do the same for our risk event data itself. Then subsequently, we'll also be doing this against where the customers are located downstream of the risk event, which is a little bit more involved, a level of complexity. That complexity and detail of our analysis has been shared as part of a follow-up response that we shared yesterday on June 17th. Once all the data is prepped, then PG&E will now need to figure out a way to integrate that into our current RAMP models itself. This, at the moment, does require some restructuring of our code base to handle this differentiation, as the monetization of our reliability impact is usually the last step of our calculations. As probably described in our April workshop, we calculate everything in terms of natural units, and at the end, we convert those natural units into risk monetization to determine a risk score. Because the monetization of the risk events are at an upstream step, PG&E is evaluating options and alternatives in order to compute this or ways in which the code base will need to change itself. At the moment, we are continue to be engaged in bi-weekly meetings with Safety Policy Division on the progress of this analysis, and we are sharing what we're finding along the way and options and alternatives that we can implement in order to be responsive to this request as early as possible as PG&E dives deeper into this analysis itself. One last thing to note too, as part of this analysis, as we were reviewing the updates to the ICE calculator, PG&E did identify an error in our ICE calculator inputs, specifically around our outage by time of day. During that process, we saw that our outage times that we used were based off of the UTC time instead of the local time of the outage itself. that will shift the percentage of outages by the time of the day. That is one input that is used in the ICE calculator. We will be issuing an errata log communication to document this, but those results won't have a significant impact on the analysis itself. I'll pause here. I see some questions. I see Tom. I don't know if he's the first one, but
Okay, well, thank you. I'd be happy to start off the questions. Thank you, Benson, for raising this data request, and thank you to SPD for trying to address an issue that I think got surfaced in the last workshop about the large disparity in the cost per minute of interruption between the large commercial customers and the residential customers. And I take it the goal here, well, I guess I ask it as a question. Is the goal to try to have a more granular look at areas where these wildfire risk events can happen, and to estimate the reliability impact using better, more granular data about the composition of the customers in the area? The one concern being that, as I think is reflected in the data that's been posted to the chat, that Eddie put in the chat, that the highest risk areas, if you think that tier 3 is a higher risk than tier 2, say, have a lower blended cost per CMI, suggesting that the larger customers are not locating in those areas. Anyway, is this what we're trying to deal with here? And that's the first question. And if so, I guess I'm just a little bit confused about how shouldn't we be focused on getting granular data based on location? And is that part of what's happening with this data request?
Yeah, I'll start here. So I think, one thing that Safety Policy Division did want to examine is the more granularity in the ICE calculator would be able to differentiate the reliability impacts in, high fire threat district areas versus non-high fire threat district areas. And as seen by those results, we do see a disparity given the amount of commercial industrial customers in those areas or not. That can suggest that the risk is, potentially the reliability risk of those customers may or may not be different in those areas. As PG&E's implementation, we treated the reliability of each customer to be the same. That's not better or more accurate in any form or fashion, just like it's not better or accurate to be more granular. That I think there is an aspect of policy that we should maybe examine as part of our RDF next phase, as how we implement the ICE calculator may or may not treat different types of customers differently. And that's a concern that we are cognizant of. But we believe that this analysis is helpful for awareness, and we should continue to at least explore what the results may or may not tell us. But at the moment, it is not consistent with how we have represented it in RAMP.
So is part of what you're going to be doing in response to the data request, gathering, I guess, how granular will the data be on the composition of customer groups in a given location? Will it be done at the census block group level? Will it be done or is it being done at these very aggregated tier levels?
Yeah, so it depends on the data we have, and I think it is a little bit different for each risk. As PG&E started sharing as part of a follow-up from yesterday that we sent out, based on where a risk event occurs, we do have an understanding of what operating device was operated, and hence the customers that would be downstream of that operating device. That will allow us to see what type of customer mix the risk event would have occurred and lead to a different value of reliability. One note is that the events that have occurred historically may or may not match up with our current list of customers being served by by a circuit segment of any sort. Just due to the dynamic nature of customers coming in and out of our system. Sorry, I lost my train of thought, but
Oh, that's okay. I think this is a complicated area. I think I'm not fully understanding what the change in modeling what change in modeling PG&E is actually doing. I'm just to just be honest with you, I'm just not quite getting it. I'd like to understand better. This could be a topic for a separate discussion, perhaps. Although others may have questions that they might do a better job of asking good questions. So I'll cede the floor, so to speak.
yeah,
Eddie
and
has
Tom,
his hand raised. Maybe he can shed some light on why he initiated this data request and answer some of your questions, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I appreciate that. Do you mind, Benson, if I jump in here a little bit?
oh no, go ahead.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So, Tom, I think you've hit it pretty much on the head that the goal was to get a more granular understanding of how PG&E was using the ICE calculator to calculate a monetized version of electric reliability. When we initially started asking these questions, as you mentioned in previous workshops, pre-filing workshops, there was a sense from PG&E, and I think that Benson was alluding to it, that from a policy perspective, disaggregation may result in certain customer classes subsidizing other customer classes. So in other words, residential customer classes may end up subsidizing industrial and commercial customer classes. And so what we were at least wanting to understand was whether or not that was true. And so instead of asking for a deeper sense of granularity at like the census tract level, we decided to just try 4 regions of PG&E's territory, because the single regional classification or the entire territory that in the way that they use the ICE calculator doesn't really make sense for a lot of the different risks that have an electrical reliability component to it. And so we did use the non-HFTD and the EPSS because they are, fairly large swaths of PG&E's territory. But there are risks that have a reliability component that don't have anything to do with wildfire. So that's one thing to kind of keep in mind. But the other component to keep in mind is that, for instance, within the wildfire risks, including PSPS and EPSS, and I think that we should address Dr. Mitchell's question in a moment here. But within those risks, the likelihood that an event is going to happen in a non-HFTD, non-EPSS area is quite low compared to Tier 3 and Tier 2. So even though it's possible that we would see a higher ICE calculator rate being used in, say, an urban area, the likelihood that an event happens there is pretty low. But that depends on the risk too. And so disaggregating is something that we'll need to look at, and it may be something that we need to discuss further in the RDF proceeding. But I think that as an informational exercise and as an exercise in preparation for the GRC, as well as other applications that PG&E may be considering, that this was an important exercise to actually at least begin the process of. I do have one quick thing that maybe, Benson, you could clarify. You say here that you expect to tentatively complete this by September, but yesterday's data request mentioned that you would be completing a good portion of this by July 8th. And so maybe you could just clarify, what will you be completing by July 8th?
Yeah, I believe as part of question 4, there was an ask to break down by risk event location, not by customer location, by July 8th. So as I mentioned earlier, the level of complexity is different between where the risk event occurred versus where the customers are located downstream of that. So for that reason, our response was that we would have initial sets of results based on the outage event location risk event completed by July.
And could I make a suggestion? I know, Tom, you mentioned potentially having an offline conversation about this or hosting another meeting about this. Perhaps we could do that after that July 8th date is met and there's a little bit more information available from PG&E. Does that seem like a potential?
That sounds useful to me.
Great. Happy to continue the conversation about this, but I'll give the floor to others because I'm sure there's many questions, Benson.
I think there was a question in chat from Joseph Mitchell. Now that EPSS and PSPS costs and impacts are being included, do the wildfire risks being calculated include the impacts of PSPS and EPSS in reducing wildfire? Joseph Mitchell, I think this will probably could be covered in the next section when we discuss the wildfire with EPSS and PSPS. So maybe we'll address it at that point if the question isn't being answered.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Let's take one more question from Eric Borden, and then we'll take a break.
Great, thanks. Hi, thanks, Eddie, for that additional clarification. Maybe Tom was getting at this, but I'm wondering why. It seems like if you wanted to marry a more locational reliability value with the ramp modeling, you'd want to just do it at the tranche level rather than like tier 3, tier 2. So are you considering that as a next step? I think there are 10 tranches for wildfire. So just curious if you're considering that for next step, and if you want to talk about that at the next reliability meeting, we could do that.
Yeah, we'll probably get into that in a little bit more detail. That's one of the reasons why we believe that we may need some restructuring of either our code base or the way we do our tranches. We believe that there is a difference between our current tranches and the geographical separation as described here. Even though they're similar, they are different, right? So one proposal that we have indicated even yesterday was that we potentially could post-process this, and based on the risk events, how much percentage split between tier 3, tier 2 non-HFTD EPSS capable and not. Within each tranche, we can get to a tranche level kind of allocation of the value of reliability in order to still keep within our current ramp structure. That's one option that we're considering. It may not be as accurate, but it can shorten the timelines of being able to deliver some initial results for the team to review. So that's an option that we're working with SVT on as well.
Okay, thanks. And when you say risk events, I think you're referring to looking at historical data where wildfires have occurred and then modeling those. Is that what you mean? And also related to the downstream effects, were you specifically referring to like historical data that you have?
So the request is not just for wildfire. This is across all of our electric risks. So that includes our overhead, outage events, as well as underground, distribution underground, as well as wildfire, EPSS, and PSPS. So each one is uniquely different. So that's something that individually that we would have to examine.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so can we wrap this up? And I think we can take a 10-minute break now.
All right, I appreciate everyone's time.
Okay, let's come back at 11:12. Thank you. Okay, let's resume the workshop. PG&E?
Yes. Steve, I think we're
Uh,
looking for Andy to come online.
Okay. All right.
Steve, just a heads up that Christopher, oh, he just took it down. Chris had his hand up, but that's okay. Oh, it's back up again.
Chris,
Ben and Steve,
you're
I'm
on.
online. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I have a question for Benson, but if it's not going to work on the schedule, I'll just save it for another time.
Yeah, probably it would be better to save it during the Q&A session or
Sounds
whenever
good. Thank you.
the opportunity comes up.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
If we can move to the next slide, please. Excellent. Andy, if you want to introduce yourself.
Sure. Andy Branches, the Senior Director for Wildfire Preparedness and Operations at PG&E, and I'm the risk owner for wildfire and wildfire with PSPS and EPSS. I'm also joined by Benson Wong. Benson, were you going to come on screen?
I'm on screen.
Okay, sorry. Apologies, I can't see you. Got it. Okay. Appreciate everyone. Ken, I'm just going to continue with the presentation then. Okay. So really appreciate everyone for taking the time. I'm going to dive right in specifically. The focus of this risk is wildfire with PSPS and EPSS. We'll provide you an overview, kind of highlight the risk comparison, go through some of the bow ties and explain some of the calculations, and then get into the mitigation strategies specifically. Let's go to the next slide. So at the high level, the definition of a wildfire with PSPS and EPSS. First of all, the baseline wildfire risk is defined as a wildfire that may endanger the public, private property, sensitive lands, or environmental. And the fire has originated from PG&E's assets or activities. And we acknowledge in the near term, due to the use of PSPS and EPSS, we've also defined post-PSPS and EPSS wildfire risk as the wildfire risk when you apply those operational mitigations of public safety power shutoff and enhanced power line safety settings. And that does account for in this, in the testimony that we provided, this does account for the benefits and the consequences of those operational mitigations. The benefits are reducing the wildfire risk. The consequences are the reliability trade-off that you make for applying those operational mitigations. From a scope perspective, the data sets that was used, that's the in scope section, data was used from 2015 to 2022. It was PG&E's ignition record, which included both CPUC reportable and non-reportable. And the reason for that is we want to broaden the data set to make sure we capture as many of the ignitions as we've been working them down, come down, but we want to make sure we get the full opportunity of that risk. In addition to that, because we use PSPS and EPSS, you also have other PG&E failure events. This is when we've got, let's take a PSPS situation. You get damage that occurs, the power is off, but damage occurs on the lines because winds could blow vegetation into the line. Those incidents are treated because of the conditions that were at the time, are also treated as ignitions into this data set, which is other failure events. That's an example of that. What's out of scope is fire ignitions associated and associated impacts not related to any of PG&E's electric system assets. So if a fire came out from a campground and PG&E turned off the power in that area, but that had no correlation to PG&E's assets, that was not in the data set at all. From a tranche development, the tranche is based on both location and facility type, and I'll explain the difference. From a location perspective, given that the distribution system is a large distribution system across the entire service territory, we broke that up into tranches based utilizing the wildfire distribution risk model. Transmission assets, though, even though they do spread, we use the different voltage classes to derive those tranches because the risk profile is different based on the different voltage classes. From a tranches location was, both the union of HFTD and non-HFTD, so it was effectively system-wide, but we had broken it up by high fire threat districts and high fire risk areas. From the facility types, we've got transmission, substation, we've got distribution primary in the risk profile, overhead and underground, and also secondaries and services, another area that we've expanded to in this ramp proceeding. On distribution, it's deciles of risk based on the WDRM version 3, and transmission, it was voltage class. And like I indicated earlier, the date range was 2015 through 2022. The reason was because we needed a lot of 2023 to build the appropriate and curate the data and make sure that we have it in a way so we can do these calculations. Next slide.
Andy, could I ask a question?
Sure. Sure. Let's go back.
Yeah, on the data, the date range for the data. Are you concerned that hopefully PG&E has, and I think the data probably show this, reduced the frequency of ignitions significantly over that time period? Is there an issue about using older data when things have changed, when the system has improved?
Yeah, Tom, your suggestion is like, hey, we're using from 2015 through 2022. Should we use a smaller time frame, maybe from 2019 or 20, just because improvements have been made on the system that now are manifesting themselves in ignition counts, low ignition counts. We felt that we wanted to keep the large data set because I think from a viewpoint where we've done a lot on the system and the ignition events are coming down. We also want to make sure that we keep the data set such that we capture the full range of weather conditions we could see. In the more recent years, we've had some favorability on the weather front, and so I think it behooves us to kind of keep a larger viewpoint of the data set. That's our thinking at this point in time. We are seeing the ignition counts go down, and that's a good thing given the recency of the work that's been done.
I guess my question sort of goes to, are you adjusting for that when you're estimating the frequency of ignitions for the upcoming period?
We're not adjusting for that. We're basically taking an annualized view at this stage because we think that's what the risk profile is still on the system.
So for example, in a GRC, which is a context I understand fairly well, if you show a trend in the data, the cost data, that it's going from high to low, you wouldn't take an average of those in order to estimate the forecast costs for the upcoming GRC period. You would continue the trend. Is PG&E doing something like that, or are you just sort of somehow averaging all the numbers for 2015 to 2022, or not even averaging?
We're not following the trend at this stage, right? We are averaging at this stage. And Benson, please correct me if I'm misspeaking on that.
Yeah, and I think Andy, as Andy shared earlier, right? One thing that we're trying to balance is representing the inherent risk of wildfire, as well as the kind of the ups and downs of a bad weather year versus a good weather year. So a couple of these things can be impacted. We thought that a longer period represents kind of the high fire years versus the low fire years. On top of it, Tom, I think we also shared in our February workshop that we do account for the ignitions that were being avoided due to our implementation of PSPS and EPSS into the consideration of what the wildfire is versus what the wildfire is post those applications of operational mitigations. And as you're aware, through the GRC, we're trying to describe what the permanent risk reduction activities we're performing in versus kind of the expense-related activities. So that differentiation is important as we think about what the collective wildfire risk is over a longer period of time. as part of our modeling efforts.
Okay, thanks. Sounds like something worth looking into. Thanks for your response.
Thank you. As we look at the wildfire, including PSPS and EPSS on the list of ramp risks, wildfire with PSPS, on a safety perspective, is the highest risk that we have on the risk register. The total risk, the safety risk value is 222 million. The safety risk value is 222 million. The total risk value is 7666 when you factor in PSPS and EPSS. Next slide. Okay. Touching on this because we'll get more into the calculations. The wildfire mitigation strategy at PG&E continues to remain consistent that we've done for the last couple of years, and we've reflected in our wildfire mitigation plans. And what that is in the near term, given the risk profile that we see, we are implementing operational mitigations, and the operational mitigations are PSPS and EPSS. And so that's the scenarios in which they get implemented is, wind events or high wind events where low humidity and dry fuels exist. And then days that we're seeing right now on the system today, as an example, where we have really hot, dry summer days where the risk is significantly elevated as indicated by our fire potential index, and we activate enhanced power line safety settings. That provides us and really reduces the overall risk profile or the risk exposure in a way, because we've put additional protections in place. We have additional protections to use, but that doesn't take the risk away. That's just to some degree a band-aid that's done and providing us the protection in the short term. The long term is really rebuilding the grid or reimagining the grid with undergrounding and with system hardening. And so that's really the long-term mitigations that show up then in our mitigations in this risk, in this ramp filing. So that's the overall strategy. We're continuing the strategy. We look to improve the operational mitigations year over year as much as we can. And then on the long-term resilience, we look to try optimize and reduce the costs of getting that work done and seeing how we can increase the pace of doing that work within the GRC confines as they've been, as the GRC authorizations have happened in this most recent GRC. If I could go to the next slide. So just to do a walk to position us in 2027, where we are in 2023, the calculation of the risk comes out to be about 21,950 million. Between 23 and 2027, we see climate change as pushing that risk up, but the grid resilience mitigations that we will be doing, that we started doing in 2023, as authorized, the spend authorized by the GRC, is allowing us to do that. Will the net effect brings that risk down by 2,317 million from our calculations. That puts us in the 2027 test year of a 19,663 million just baseline wildfire risk. But because we know we have PSPS and EPSS as operational mitigations, that brings the risk down to the 2,357 mark with PSPS and EPSS applied. However, those two mitigations introduce reliability risk, which is shown and we've calculated PSPS reliability risk is 3,655 million, and EPSS reliability risk is 1,654. So that's how you get the net of 7,666 million when you have wildfire plus PSPS and EPSS together for the 2027 test year. That's the period that we will be formulating for the next GRC. Let me pause there and see if there are questions here.
I do have a question, Andy.
Yeah.
Oh, there's one in the chat too, so feel free to take that first if you'd like. Should I go ahead and you can think about the chat while I'm?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the question in the chat
Sure.
Just to see how I can see it. on the chat is what is the reliability cost for PSPS and EPSS based on? Is that based on the ICE calculator? Benson, do you want to take that? I think we can get into it. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be based on the reliability costs are calculated in the same manner as all the electric reliability metrics, which is based on the ICE calculator, the blended ICE calculator that we've used as $3.17.
And I see another question in the chat before that from Amin.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this. Are there any circuit segments where PG&E applies both EPSS and PSPS together, or are they exclusive to each other? Ermani, I believe it is, right? Actually, no. What is done is EPSS is basically a setting. You take it from a normal setting, you put it in that EPSS setting. However, if the wind conditions are such, you will be turning off that power. So the EPSS circuit would not have, or that section of the circuit would not have EPSS enabled when PSPS is deployed, because there would be no power to that section. So that's turned off. There may be another part of that circuit that does have EPSS enabled because the thresholds indicate that it's outside the polygon of where the PSPS event was taken. And if it's feasible, so you could use EPSS and PSPS together on the same day, because the geographic footprint of where we expect the high winds and low humidity is very geographically focused. So they're not exclusive to one another. As you get there's thresholds as to they apply together. Did that get your question, Amit?
Yes, it was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Tom?
So now, yeah, if I could ask my questions. I do have a couple. Climate change pushing the baseline risk up. That's modeled somewhere in the ramp.
That is modeled somewhere in the ramp.
Where
Okay.
where would we find that?
In the RAM chapter, we have a section on climate change and the crosscutters. And there, I think we show a representation of how the baseline risk changes over the course of over the course of the 50-year time frame.
Okay, so Benson, that was in the wildfire risk chapter?
Yes, that's correct. And I'm looking for I'm getting to the exact page number. It would be page 1-35, so the 35th page of the wildfire chapter.
Okay, we'll look at that. Thank you. Second question, have you forecast or compared the risk reduction benefits that you're calculating here in this ramp with what was forecast in the 2023 GRC?
The work plans that, to the best of our ability, we've taken the work plans as part of the what we have planned for, generally speaking, our system hardening plan as best possible as into the 2023 to 2026 period. Note, this also represents a climate change that offsets the benefits of our grid resilience mitigations. Does that answer your question?
I don't think it quite does. I'm just, are you keeping score for yourself and for us? Sort of, this is an accountability question. You forecast risk reductions in the 2023 GRC. Is that what you're expecting? How does what you've modeled here compare with what you forecast in the 2023 GRC?
Yeah, so I believe you might be referring to the system hardening accountability report. So that was
not just that, but I mean you're also.
Dom, I think I know you, right? I think what we've done in this, we have looked at like, hey, how does this compare with the 2023 GRC, and the ramp calculations that was done in 2020. But as we developed the ramp report here, we specifically expanded the data set, right, to make sure that what new information do we know that we should account for in this ramp filing, so that we can most accurately represent the risk at this point in time. Has the risk shifted? Are there areas that we could do a more thorough job? And that's what we've done in this. So from a comparison, we've added 2 more years to the data set. We've added 21 and 22, right? In the past, it was, I think, 2015 to 2020. The other piece of it is we've also looked and said is relatively around the asset classes, where is the risk materialized and how do we represent that? So that's kind of what we've done when we looked at it from the perspective of, have we taken a much more thorough look at the risk given new information that has come to light since the last RAMP report and since the last GRC? So we are comparing it. Now, to the point of what Benson was saying, the grid resilience work, we had gone into the 2023 GRC. I think, as you know, we'd asked for undergrounding to be a much higher portion. What we have modeled here is with the same assumptions, but with the agreed upon where do we land with coming out of the GRC, where did we settle with the GRC? And so that reflects the undergrounding at, I believe, 1,200 and the overhead system hardening at the roughly 800 miles in a sense. So that's kind of what's factored in here to see that we're getting those risk reductions that was outlined.
Okay, last question. If it's more germane to another slide, let me know. Are you modeling any risk reductions from controls? And I guess actually the base question is, how are you distinguishing controls and mitigations? Is it the same as you have in the past? Is there some different definition you're giving to controls and mitigations? And then once we get through that, then do you have any risk reductions associated with controls that would be reflected on this slide? So
we deem a control as something that is trying to do our best to basically maintain or basically offset any change that's happening to the risk because of asset degradation and others. This is our inspections and repairs type work. So that's staying, that definition of a control is staying the same for this cycle. From a risk reduction, I believe we have done some calculations. Benson, please correct me if I'm misspeaking on that. For our controls, we have calculated that as well.
Yeah, so Tom, we do provide the cost benefit ratios for controls as well as mitigations. In this visual, this is only representation of the mitigation impact to the risk, as controls would be managing, the inherent risk of absent of doing the control, how much higher the risk would be. That would not be reflected here. This is only the mitigation impact.
And it's not just reflected here. You're not counting that as something that is a net reduction in risk. That's just treading water in your view. Is that right?
Yes,
that's correct.
Okay, and that's even though you've had for many years a large backlog of repairs and you've been doing a lot of catch up. And so early, in the 2015 to 2018 period, your system, you needed to play. In 2019, you started a big catch up program, WSIP, et cetera, and you're now asking for ratepayers to pay for all of that. That's not leading to any reduction in risk in PG&E's estimation.
I think to correct that one is the WSIP program was where we changed the inspections to specifically look change from a reliability viewpoint to look from an ignition viewpoint. So that was a dramatic change in what you're looking for. That was not in the code before. So this was something that PG&E went ahead and did. As a result of that, right, there was a lot of tags created to say specifically that when you take a much more conservative view of the inspection, here's what the backlog, the tag volume becomes, and we're working on that piece. What we're showing highlighted in our calculations on the tags, we addressed a lot of the A and B tags that address the risk in the which are the much more higher risk tags. What we're now dealing with is the less risky tags that we think we do need to address, but those are more from a compliance perspective to get those addressed and taken off the books per se. Those do not seem to have a very high risk value as it's materialized in our calculations.
Okay, but so I guess my question is, you're asking for rate recovery in some cases from the wildfire mitigation plan balancing account, for example, and other recovery mechanisms for large sums of money that you say significantly improve the system. And that's why you're saying it's appropriate to recover those costs and rates. Yet you're not saying that there was anything that any risk reduction that would be reflected on this diagram from those activities. I think there's a disconnect between those two.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from on this piece, right? Our take on it is, given the profile of the system in the high fire risk areas, there are those tags that we think it makes sense to kind of get those repaired and changed. But what it does is it keeps up with the risk as, because those were inherent risks that existed on the system even before the wildfire risk became more and more prominent.
Okay, another issue to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask one, maybe quick one? So you've included PSPS and EPSS kind of within this definition of risk. And I'm wondering if you're separately modeling, particularly PSPS as a risk as well, like outside of this, or does it only occur here? And kind of what I'm getting at is that, how do we look at the mitigations for PSPS? Yeah, if you're only modeling within here, which I'm not fair on.
Yeah, so Eric, we have modeled it here, and that's why we showed the PSPS reliability. But when you go look at in the list of mitigations that we've listed, things like sectionalizing and others that cause the PSPS reliability risk to be smaller has also been modeled in that section as a mitigation to impact and reduce the impact of PSPS.
And you've already included that here?
That is in my chapter for the wildfire chapter, because it's wildfire with PSPS and EPSS. So the mitigations that we do to reduce the impact of PSPS and the mitigations that we do to reduce the impact of EPSS are called out in the chapter specifically.
Okay, and sorry, for example, sectionalization, which reduces the reliability impact that you're seeing here, is that included in that 3655 number, or is that a separate calculation?
No, the 3655 number indicates kind of like that's the reliability risk that we would see from PSPS and EPSS in the 2027 timeframe, right? Any sectionalization work that we've done in the 23 to 2027 period has already reduced that PSPS, that 3655 number already.
Okay, and then what about the 2027 period and going forward?
For 2027 period going forward, we've outlined kind of what mitigations we have in place, but we haven't. Let me check. I don't believe
we have separately called out, and we do have work papers around the PSPS related mitigations, also showing the reduction of that number.
So that's kind of modeled as a separate risk as well. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, we report them. We calculate them as separate components, and this is collectively one risk.
Okay, I'll look through that. Thanks.
Since we're talking about PSPS and EPSS, could I just ask a real quick question about that? When you had mentioned to Amin that EPSS and PSPS, they have like a different hierarchy of like which gets turned on. Like EPSS could be enabled, and then you may call a PSPS event, and that essentially makes EPSS, for lack of a better term, disactivated. Because there's no energy running through the lines during a PSPS event. So the question that I had though was, how do you calculate the likelihood when the likelihood that a PSPS event would occur on a line that has EPSS activated? How do you kind of separate out the likelihood calculation for EPSS and PSPS?
So because we're modeling this at a system level, we don't go down to each individual circuit specifically. What we've looked and said is, this is what's been the PSPS, let's say this has been the EPSS effectiveness that we've observed. And we use that EPSS effectiveness. We also know PSPS, this is the effectiveness we've observed in this particular set of conditions. And then we take the conditional probability of both of those to give us, right, what's the overall effectiveness of PSPS and EPSS at a particular point in time.
Right.
Vincent, do you want to add more to that?
Okay.
Sorry.
Nothing more to add.
Well, could I just ask for a little bit? You're talking about the efficiency, the effectiveness of reducing wildfire risk from PSPS and EPS by using EPSS and PSPS, but I was thinking more along the lines of, you know, what are the parameters that you use to determine when an EPSS capable circuit mile gets activated? And similarly, you know, what are the parameters that a PSPS event is going to be called on that same circuit mile? And then how do you determine the likelihood of those two events? It kind of builds on what I think Eric was asking a little bit too.
Yeah, I think the way what we've called out is we call it our EPSS enablement criteria,
Okay.
and then all our PSPS threshold criteria. And those, we've published those and we've shared those pretty openly as to what they are, right? Now the challenge becomes is, okay, given what you know, those are the thresholds we've established. What is the likelihood of those thresholds actually manifesting when you look in the 27 to 23 period? That would be you know, guessing what would be the type of weather year we'd have in that, which is kind of going back to the point. What we've said is we're using the weather periods from 2015 to 2022 really to aggregate what has actually happened to give us a sense of what could potentially happen in the 27 to 2030 period. And so that's the full degree of the likelihood calculation. We've used our data set here to give us a guide.
And so does the likelihood of EPSS turn to 0 when the likelihood of PSPS starts?
The way you think about it is, right, during a red flag warning day condition, right, you have a much higher probability of getting a catastrophic fire. And so how well does EPSS and PSPS in combination prevent that event from occurring? And that's why we've said is, hey, during a red flag warning day, we know that across transmission, distribution, all of those, right, if the conditions are right, we turn off the power there. Since we turned off the power, EPSS would be close to 97% effective. PSPS, that's PSPS. EPSS, on a red flag warning day, right? It may not, it may be in place, it may not be in place, depending on if EPSS is in place. It means that PSPS is not enabled on that section of that circuit. And so you take the effectiveness of EPSS on that circuit section, and then you say in that specific condition, red flag warning day, what's the combination of having those two protections in place? How much does that buy you? And you do that across the board in the different scenarios. So the way we think about calculating PSPS and EPSS, that risk reduction, was one is when you look at it is what is the inherent risk that exists on the asset? The second would be is does that asset basically, does that mitigation, how does that mitigation apply to this asset? Does it apply 100%? Is it partial? Is it not applicable? Because like secondaries and services for EPSS is not available. So that's like, it doesn't apply there. And then you go and say, how effectiveness is that mitigation? That combination of factors across multiple scenarios is what's modeled and calculated in that 17,276 million.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it is a challenging question, and I think we do have details in our work papers on it. Okay, are there any other questions? I think there's someone in the chat. It says, quick comment on controls and mitigations. I think it would be helpful to include cross-cutting mitigations controls in terms of their risk reduction. Example, distribution overhead wildfire in the same way as cross-cutting factors such as climate change are included as risk multipliers. Benson, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I'll answer that. As part of our work paper package, RMCBR-15 on the controls and their CBRs, we actually break out those the contribution to distribution overhead and the contribution to wildfire as an example here. The individual benefits as it relates to the CBR, as well as the combined benefits to reach the CBR. So that's broken up into the program CBR versus the program risk CBR. So that's information that's available to you.
Thank you. What was the work paper again?
CBR-15.
CBR-15. Okay, thanks.
Okay, if I could go to the next slide. I'm just going to focus on one area of the tranches because it brings to light the point we were making in the earlier slide. Is as we focus, we've broken up the wildfire distribution, the distribution system really into the 10 tranches from an HFRA, which is the HFRA HFTD, and then into the non-tier areas. And so the wildfire distribution risk model allows us to actually break up that this thing based on the risk profile that wildfire distribution risk model version 3 gave us for distribution. And you can see it in the mileage. There's different mileage counts as you go down that incorporates that 25,000 miles in the HFRA HFTD. That the risk profile is equal quantity, so that's why it's in the 10 deciles. That gives you the breakdown. And so you can see the risk per mile is really higher in the tranche 1, tranche 2, tranche 3 in declining order from the 2023. Because our grid resilience mitigations are focused on the higher tranches, when you do the test here baseline, you see the risk per mile for the highest tranche dropping and the risk per mile for the next higher tranche dropping proportionately. And the intent, that's kind of what highlights in the earlier chart, where the grid resilience work, because it's changing the grid, is now resulting in a lower risk profile specifically. So as we do the 2027 work from 27 to 2030, right, we will continue to reflect and do the work in the higher risk profiles as the risk materializes or the risk shows up on the system. So that will be the guiding principle for getting that work done in that future period. We've modeled it over here and shown you specifically because there's a difference between the tranches in 2027 because of the work that's being done in 2023 to 2027. So if I could go to the next slide. This one is the bow tie slide that we show in all of our risks. On the left, if I walk through the slide in a few details. One is this is system wide, so we model the entire exposure. All of our assets, that's 222,209 miles. This includes transmission, all types of transmission, all of the primary distribution, as well as secondaries and services. Now, we do acknowledge that the bulk of the risk really sits in the HFTD in the 48,000 miles in the HFTD. This, when it's 48,000, because it has transmission, distribution, and secondaries and services specifically. The top drivers of the risk really remain the same: equipment, facility failure, wedge contact, and contact from objects. And that is driven by the fact that you've got contact from objects is avian or animal contact specifically. And that's what drives what we said is the data set where we had reportable or non-reportable, as well as non-event driven, which is not event, but non-ignition driven, which is a PSPS damage assessment is also. That's what goes into classifying the frequency and then the percentage of risk on the drivers. On the outcome side, the bulk of the risk really resides on red flag warning day catastrophic. That's where 87% of the risk resides, because that's where the greatest amount of damage occurs onto the system. Now, those are rare events, but they still, drive a massive amount of this risk because this is it's definitely a non-linear risk in that sense. But we've also seen, non-red flag volume catastrophic events happen, and that now makes up 10% of the risk specifically. When you look on the outcome side, you also see in the non-red flag warning, non-catastrophic, small, and non-red flag warning, non-reportable, you've got a pretty high level of frequency. This is a lot of small ignitions happen. But those smaller ignitions from a frequency perspective, right, don't result in the catastrophic outcomes. And so that's kind of what's reflected in the outcome side of the bow tie. When you put it all together, and I'll get into the calculation in a little bit more detail on the next slide, the risk value in terms of how we value the risk now comes to be, just for wildfire, 19.633 million per se. Let me pause there and see if there are questions on this slide before I go into that 19.63 and how we calculate that. Okay.
Andy, I have a question.
Sure.
So seeing that the consequence side for the non-reportables are such a minor risk, why did you feel you needed to include the non-reportable ignitions again?
No, Wendy, it's a great question, right? The goal really is to try and kind of put the mitigations and the controls and the protections in place such that we get actually more and more non-reportables, and we finally hopefully get non-events at all. But the non-reportables, the difference between a reportable and a non-reportable, the definition CPUC reportable is fundamentally you get either, it's 1 linear meter, or it burns something slightly outside your assets. It's a very thin line in that regard. It just depends on what is there, is there a slightly higher wind at that point in time at that location that it could have been a non-reportable, but it's become a reportable because you had a little higher gust at that point in time. So our take on it is we felt it better to be as comprehensive because we just don't know how this risk is going to continue to adjust and change on us. And we want to be as comprehensive with all of the data that we have at our disposal. Wendy, did that answer your question?
But you did not include the non-reportables in the previous 2020 ramp or the GRC, correct?
We did not include it in the 2020 ramp before. We did not.
And you didn't include it in the 2023 GRC?
Yeah, the 2023 GRC was based on the 2020 ramp. The outline was data from 2015 to 2020, right? And all the methodologies, all the calculations were just updated. The data set in this case was expanded to be 21 and 22, but it also included non-reportables and also things like PSPS outages that could have become ignitions through an outage ignition ratio. So those were other elements that we put into this cycle.
And one last question for this. Out of the aggregated 918 events, do you have an estimation of how many were non-reportable, or what percent? Are we talking 10% or 25% or more of these 918 events?
That's 918 events on average per year. We do have the breakout. I don't have it memorized here. Benson, do you have it?
It's about half, right? You'll see that the 1.4% and the 45%. It's about half the events. So we doubled our data set population. Does that answer your question, Wendy?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
If we go to the next slide.
Sorry, could I ask just a quick one on the previous?
Yes, okay. Sorry, Eric.
And actually one more back.
One back.
So for the number of miles, is that defined as overhead miles? And particularly, I'm wondering, as stuff gets undergrounded, does that get reflected in the risk, or does that get reflected in the miles, or like some combination?
Yeah, so this one, the miles are overhead miles, right? As they get undergrounded, those miles effectively get taken out. So the risk to some degree goes away on those miles, on the ones that they get undergrounded specifically. So that's why if you go look at tranche 1, right, we'll be doing a fairly high level of undergrounding work there. You get the risk dropping from 1739 down to 636. The risk on those miles, because those miles, you're just keeping and saying is, hey, I had these miles in 2023, right? While the undergrounding of those miles takes out the risk, we're not changing that for 434 for consistency purposes. We're just saying tranche 1 is what was tranche 1 in our wildfire distribution risk model version 3, right?
I see. So you're, rather than redoing, like there'd be a new tranche 1 for 2027 if you did it that way, but you're keeping it consistent with the previous
Yes.
filing. Okay.
Yeah, we're keeping it consistent with the filing so that we can see the trace happening. Actually, it was back to the point that that Tom was making. How do you know that you're getting the risk buy down when you're doing the work, right? So this allows us to kind of keep line of sight to that. When we actually do the work in 2027 or 2028 or 2029 coming out of the next GRC, we'll focus on the high risk work, and the tranches will probably move around at that stage based on that risk model in play at that point in time.
I see. Gotcha. Thanks.
Okay. Hi, this is Joe Mitchell, MGRA. Wanted to just follow up on Wendy's question regarding reportability. There's a loophole in reportability that prevents against self-incrimination, whereas if a fire is under investigation, it doesn't have to be reported. When you're putting in your non-reportable fires, are all fires, including a potential fire under investigation, being put into that data set?
Yeah, in the data set, because in 2022, I don't believe there are any fires or any ignitions in that data set that were left out. Meaning like, because they are under investigation or others, I don't believe. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Hello, I have a question for this slide. So in the ramp, PG&E mentioned that you need to add some downstream extra mile and upstream extra mile for operational consideration. I was wondering, when you're forming this tranche, like 434, I know that you mentioned HFRA, but these 434, does it include those upstream or downstream extra mile with low risk circuit segment, or you separated them?
No, it does not. So this is purely out of the risk models that tell you which are the circuit segments, and that's adding up to that 434, that 596, the 718, right? When you're operationally doing the work, you might have to do slightly these things based on given exactly on the ground at that project what you need to do. And so that those would be additional miles that you do, let's say from an undergrounding project, because you need to kind of complete the project, and only a segment of that was in the in that 434, for example.
And the follow-up would be, do you have any rough estimate about what's the percentage of those downstream and upstream?
I don't have that percentage update, top of my head. As what we're looking over here is we're looking at it system-wide, and then we're looking at it over like, hey, what could happen in the 2027 period from a calculation of the risk. So it's an estimate, really. The estimate is based on kind of what would we get done based on the work plans that we have for the 23 to 26 period.
Thank you. It was helpful.
Okay, I just want to check. Are there other questions? Because people are taking their time to come off mute, so I just want to make sure. Let's go to the next slide. I want to go one. Is there any more questions on this slide? Okay. going through the wildfire risk calculation, on the left, you see the risk scaling function that we've used, and that's in an earlier part of our ramp testimony overall at the high level. But how it's applied in here for the wildfire risk calculation score is shown very specifically on the right side. You've got the three considerations of financial, safety, and reliability, the three attributes. You've got the natural attribute. Then you got the risk monetization. How much does that, how we monetize that attribute? And that's where that discussion about the ICE calculator and the $3.17 per minute. This is how we've used it here. And then you've got that risk attitude function that comes out from the risk scaling function. So for wildfire, the financial aspect is actually the biggest one. The natural units are 3.06 billion. And that's basically when you look at the historical damages associated with large fires, when you think of suppression costs, cost of building destroyed, and that's modeled on our historical experience. The safety one, the measure, which is 22.7, this is equivalent fatalities, right? It's also modeled on the historical data that we've seen. Now, obviously, our goal is not to have any of that, but the model and to assess what is the risk we're carrying is done based on that historical data set. And then the reliability is the historical customer minutes impact interrupted impact from the fires specifically. So you've got 221.8 million for customer minutes interacted as the natural units. When you take these three, you can see the financial dominates at 16.7, then you got 1.8 for the safety, and then 1.04 from the reliability perspective. That's what, when you add that up, that's what adds up into the 19.63. And further in the presentation, we've done the same thing for PSPS and EPSS that kind of ties to that waterfall chart that I shared at the start. Let me pause here to see if there are questions.
Does PG&E feel that the financial risk score somewhat reflects a safety impact, that being that the higher financial risk would usually be associated when you have a large safety, equivalent fatalities? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Yeah, I think the financial aspect from a safety perspective, I think that's the middle section, right? We believe because of when you look at the data set and when you look at the changes in place, that the fatality side of the equation is less in the 2027 period. So that portion of the risk is less because of a lot of the work that has been done and because of the advanced warning systems that are now in place across California. That's kind of why how I rationalize and see that the reality of that situation in place. The financial being dominant is because while we may not see the equivalent fatalities, or not to the degree that we've seen in the past, right? We're still forecasting fatalities of really honestly of 22, which is, you'd round that up to, there's 23 people. That's what that fatality count is telling you. And so we still see that is a significant chunk in terms of the factor. But you'll have a lot more fires potentially, or you could get a lot more fires that result in a pretty large amount of damage when it comes to the suppression costs required to prevent a fatality from taking place. When it comes to basically the buildings that could get destroyed, given the risk profile of the service territory. And so that's why the financial dominates here quite a bit more than the actual safety perspective. And that safety perspective is, like I said, fatalities.
I have a couple questions if I can go next.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
First, Andy, you just mentioned that in 22, 23 equivalent fatalities. How are we to read that? Are we modeling per year here, or what is
We're
this?
modeling per year.
Okay. So this would be the baseline for the baseline risk for 2027?
Yes.
Okay.
We're saying in the 20s, so Tom, in raw terms, what you're saying in the 27 to 2030 period, right? The risk that we'd be carrying on the books is we could have a fire or multiple fires that could result in this level of damages in terms of the natural units. That's the way it's modeled. Now, this is modeled obviously without the PSPS and EPSS, but it's modeled this way so that we truly understand. We truly say, how do we think this? What is really the size of this risk in this way?
Okay. And then for the financial, that includes suppression costs per acre and the cost of buildings destroyed. Is one bigger than the other in those from those two categories?
I think cost of buildings would be bigger. Let me just see if Benson has a more nuanced answer than mine.
Yeah,
It is in the work papers, but yeah.
The cost of the buildings are a significant portion of the financial cost.
Okay, that's the dominant part. Okay. And so this is saying that in 2027, the risk is that there would be damage to property totaling financial damage totaling $3+ billion. And
Right.
the way it gets to 16.7 in the risk score is a multiplier of 5.45 based on the risk attitude function that PG&E uses.
Correct.
So if it was a neutral risk function, it would be 3.069 billion if a dollar was worth a dollar.
Yes.
Okay. And so then with a neutral risk function, the risk score for this that would be shown here would be more like $4 billion total for the three attributes, right?
Well, if you're negating the risk attitude function completely, which we think is wrong, right? We don't advocate that. That's why we put a risk attitude function here. Is you just take the natural units multiplied by the risk monetization,
right? And
you get the number.
Right. So neutral. There's a big difference between the neutral
Yes.
and the risk function that PG&E uses. Yeah, just noting that.
Sure.
And then I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yep.
Can I ask?
Are there other questions?
Yeah. This is Eric Borden. You mentioned you had the wildfire suppression costs. Are you including wildfire suppression benefits in the consequence portion of the calculation?
Eric, let me answer. You're saying, right, because there's suppression costs, right? There's also, because the suppression took place, buildings did not get destroyed, and the other things on. So those benefits, how are those factored in, right?
Right.
They're factored in because we've not counted the fact that those structures were threatened. Let me put it this way, right? The data set we looked at is the actual damage that happened, right, when suppression was deployed. So suppression was deployed, suppression was successful in some cases, suppression was not successful in some cases. So when suppression was not successful, that resulted in buildings destroyed. It resulted in fatalities. And so we're counting the fatalities, we're counting the buildings destroyed. The prevention is really the fact that we're paying for suppression specifically, because the non-event of a building not getting destroyed because suppression took place. I don't know how you'd factor that in, because you'd be changing benefit structures.
Well, tell me if this is outdated information, but some of what utilities have done to model consequence is, yes, there's some historical data, but there's also, you have to fill in gaps on the historical data. And so, for example, you'll imagine an ignition occurs in somewhere on the grid, and you'll say, okay, how many buildings do we expect to burn from that? But you don't necessarily say, what would happen if, some of those fires will be suppressed, right? Like, not every fire that starts grows into a giant fire. Like, many of them are suppressed, and some aren't. And so I'm curious if you're thinking about that here. And it's not something I've seen utilities really grapple with, at least in the up until the last Edison case.
You asked a complex question, so I'm trying to make sure I can piece it out. So forgive me for this. What we have done, right? We showed like when a PSPS event is taken, and you have the situation where a tree has come in contact with a line because of the wind, right? And we're saying is, listen, if we didn't take PSPS, we can basically with TechnoSilver capability model like what would that fire have become, how many structures would have been destroyed, right? And so you have that, and that's done because you can't model suppression. So you just say in a 12-hour run, what would have happened? Or 8-hour simulation, what would have happened? How big could that fire have gotten? We have not used that frame in this because this is purely looking at the actual events that took place from 2015 to 2022. The actual events, the actual destruction, the actual facts that happened, because that factors in the suppression that did take place as the activity took place across California in our service territory to address ignitions that caught and started to become big, but potentially were suppressed. So we've used the actual data that we've seen. So that's what we've done here.
So you've moved a little bit away from the TechnoSilva approach.
We've not we've not taken that and said is, hey, what could potentially have happened for even every non-reportable ignition, right? Because now you'd be getting a huge volume, and that I think would inflate things a lot if we do that. We've tried to stay with the data, and the way we factored the fact that it's hard to really predict into the future, right? And so that's kind of why we're using a risk scaling function, because we know that it just takes one fire to get out of control. That can result in a massive amount. And you have, let's say shots on goal continuously throughout the year in the most dangerous periods of the weather condition over a pretty massive service territory.
Okay, thanks.
Joseph Mitchell has a question here, right? Note on equivalent fatalities. PG&E isn't yet including smoke fatalities, and these may exceed direct wildfire fatalities. Dr. Mitchell, yes, the equivalent fatalities are not factoring anything to do with smoke. We find that very challenging to model because you got to separate where did the smoke come from and a lot of factors. So that's not modeled in that natural units for safety equivalent fatalities. Okay, if I could go to the next slide. Similar to what I just shared, right? This is how we have the bow tie for, sorry, Dr. Mitchell, were you going to say something?
Yes, I was just going to ask, sort of following up on what Eric said. Then PSPS. Now you are using damages in some of your modeling, but I heard you say that you're only using the actual fires in for your overall calculation. So you're not including the effect of PSPS suppression on fire starts. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Of PSPS suppression on fire starts, what on the PSPS bow tie, what we've done, we're really focusing the PSPS bow tie on specifically on the reliability aspect that you get, the negative outcome of PSPS. We factor the benefit of PSPS by really saying the benefit of PSPS is you get a risk reduction from our wildfire risk. The other benefit of PSPS, where we've used, not the other benefit, but where we've taken data from PSPS events, was when trees came into contact with line or equipment was broken because of high winds. That was considered almost as if it was an ignition. And so that went into our ignition data set overall. So that's how we've used PSPS. We haven't taken that and then modeled that and said is what could have happened from that PSPS, how big could have gotten, and put that anywhere in the consequence side. We have not done that for PSPS. On the PSPS reliability from the bow tie, because this is I explained the bow tie for wildfire risk. We have in our testimony the equivalent for PSPS reliability. And similarly, we use the same risk scaling function. The natural units over here, as you can see, natural units for financial, it's 45 million based on the historical data. Safety, this is 2.1 equivalent fatalities, and reliability dominates with 690 minutes, customer minutes interrupted, specifically from the PSPS activities when you do the look back over the current, when we take the current criteria and we do a look back study. So that's what calculates out to be the 3.655 million specifically for PSPS reliability. And then if I could finish the last one, then take questions on these two slides if there are questions. The next slide covers basically EPSS, Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings. Can I go to the next slide? Yeah, it's right here. Basically the same basic approach, the same risk scaling function. The natural units are tied to information and data set that we had from EPSS application. Now, EPSS, from our historical look back, is historical outages, see an incremental increase in customer minutes interrupted. That's where you get the 515 specifically. That's the EPSS reliability impact. So then I bring all this together. If you go to the next slide.
Can I ask a question? Just
sure.
I'm back on that other slide. So why did you use just the neutral risk attitude for this?
Why do we use just the neutral risk attitude function? On this one, it's where exactly does the magnitude, when you do the risk monetization, where does it sit on your risk scaling function? That's why. So if you multiply the first two numbers, right, there are the thresholds. If I go back, if you can go back to my wildfire. One more, yeah. Sorry, go back, one down. Go to that risk scaling function. Sorry, you're going. Thank you, right? What it says is, you've got these different thresholds, 0 to 10 million, 10 million to 1 billion, over 1 billion, Wendy. So when you do EPSS and PSPS, where does that category sit when you multiply the natural unit by the risk monetization? That indicates where on the risk scaling function curve it gets applied.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
Andy, I'm gonna jump in real quick and just give you about a 15-minute warning till we get to a break or to our lunch, and that would end your session. So.
Okay. Let me come back to Wendy. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let's go past those slides I just covered. Okay, this I just come back to the same slide that I presented earlier, and what I hope to do is kind of explain to you how we calculate the 19.633. How do we then calculate the 3.655 and the 1.654 to then overall get you the 7.66 number overall. If I could go to the next slide. Ken mentioned that we had done, actually not, Sandy mentioned we had done the environmental and social justice pilot. We did do it on the wildfire. It is in the testimony section that explains the methodology. But overall, right, what we do see is we have a larger proportion of our disadvantaged and vulnerable communities that reside in the higher tranches of our work, when you look at the wildfire distribution risk model. And so because we're doing work in those higher tranches, those communities actually get a proportionally a higher degree of benefit relative to the communities at large. That's the one takeaway from this slide specifically. I'm going to move on and then come back and take questions. Yeah.
Sorry, Andy. I just wanted to see. I'm not sure. You may be right. I just don't quite see how you get to that conclusion. I see the grand total percentage of DVC customers, 29% at the bottom. And then I look at the tranches and I see tranche one there, it's 23%, then it's 18%. I mean, there's some that are below and some that are above. So I don't understand how you reached your conclusion.
Yeah, so let's think about it this way. If you take tranche one, kind of what I showed earlier, right? The percentage of cut, and it's the same tranches of this thing, on that's 434 miles. You have a higher number of disadvantaged and vulnerable communities in that tranche one. Because we're doing work in that tranche one in a higher proportion than we're doing work elsewhere, those communities are seeing that benefit from that wildfire risk reduction work. That's the simplest way to kind of just make it from a simple way to explain it out.
And again, you may be right, but is that reflected on this slide? I'm just not seeing the numbers on the slide to back up what you're saying.
It's reflected really what you're saying. When we say percentage of DVC customers, let's say tranche one, there's 23% of DVC customers, but they're getting 29% of the risk reduction benefit. That's the way you think about it.
Oh, I see. You're comparing those two numbers. I see.
Yeah. Okay.
I was saying in the whole system, percentage of DVC customers on average is 29%, but in the tranche one, it's 23%. So tranche one would seem to have a lower percentage of DVC customers than the system average.
It would on tranche one, right? However, basically work is being done over there and you're getting you're getting a higher percentage of that risk reduction in that area. So they're seeing that benefit.
Okay, thank you.
Wendy?
I have a question actually.
Sorry.
Can I jump in before you, Wendy? So I'm looking at this and I understand the logic behind doing the type of work done because it has a bigger risk reduction impact, but that doesn't apply to tranche numbers 11 and 13. So wouldn't it make more economic sense not to include those in the test pilot?
Sorry, you're looking at line numbers 12 and 13.
Line number, correct. Sorry, line number 11 and 13.
I think what we showed over here on this thing was just to show you that we are looking at it to do this pilot. You're looking at it across the system as a whole, and the intent was to kind of provide that full transparency over here in this. There's more detail obviously in the testimony to explain it, and I'm happy to do that again on a data request more specifically.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Wendy?
Yeah, is this risk or risk reduction? It looks like baseline risk to me.
Let me ask for help from Benson on this one.
Yeah, this would be, I think this is risk, yes.
So in the overview part, it really should just be risk, not risk reduction in the last statement.
I would have to check. But I don't have an answer at this point. I would have to check if this meant to be a risk reduction.
I mean, okay, if you can check, because it looks to me like it really is saying that the percent of risk is higher than the percent of customers. So, I mean, I understand that you're doing a lot of the work in that tranche, but I don't think this really reflects the amount of work. It's really the percent of risk.
Yeah, so the intent of the pilot was for us to look at it and say, this is right, are disadvantaged and vulnerable communities how are they benefiting from all this wildfire risk reduction risk work that we're doing, right? Because a higher percentage of the risk exists in tranche one, right? And you've got a percentage of customers there. You're actually, because we're doing work, they're getting a proportionally higher amount of the benefit overall.
No, I understand that, but I don't think those percentages actually reflect the percent of risk reduction. That's my point.
Got it. Okay. You're right. I think that's just what's the risk that sits with those customers in that in those tranches.
We'll confirm with you, Wendy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If I go to the next slide. When we get to the control and mitigation programs, sorry, was there a question?
I thought Fred had a question there for a second.
Yeah, I think you pretty much answered it. I was just going to observe that just looking at that graphic, it looks to me like you're presenting the baseline risk in those tranches, and then you just did a kind of a breakdown of, in that tranche, how much of this baseline is affecting disadvantaged community versus how much is not. And then the presumption is that because you will be following up with focus on mitigating the highest risk tranches, that that could be said to lead to providing that proportion of risk mitigation as well to those communities. But I think the slide itself is just presenting, hey, we did an analysis and we're showing here what the breakdown is of risk exposure really to DVCs in this tranche versus non. But I would just observe at the bottom of your figure, the percentage of DVC communities in those tranches, I think you showed was like 29%. But then the final column
was 31%. Yeah,
was 31. So it's fairly close. I think the point of this slide is that there isn't necessarily an emphasis or a disproportionate overall. It seems that there's fairly good correspondence with risk to disadvantaged communities and recognition of where that risk is. Anyway, just some side observations.
No, Fred, you're right. I think a better way to think about it is, what is the exposure that our disadvantaged communities face, right? And because of that exposure, given where we're doing the work, we would expect them to get more of the benefit. But you're right about that exposure view as it displays.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Getting to the controls and mitigations perspective on this one, right? Overall, we've provided cost-benefit ratios across 33 control and mitigation programs. 21 of them are mitigations, 12 are controls. You can see here we've highlighted the controls and the mitigations one for the top three from a highest CBR perspective. And then you've also provided like the highest from a risk reduction perspective as well. And that's kind of reflected across in both the work papers and the testimony that we've put together for this. Let me go to the next slide, then come back with the questions for these two. Next slide. Can we go to the next slide? And then from an overview of type, right? It just gives you the type of program over here. And then, how many programs tie specifically, and what's the cost benefit range that we've shown. So in this one, this kind of ties to the question that Eric Borden was asking. For PSPS, we've got PSPS mitigation. We've got 5 programs. The CBR ranges from 2.3 to 13.7. And EPSS, we've got 4 programs to mitigate the reliability impact of EPSS. That's 4.1 to 13.3 from a CBR perspective. So this kind of just provides a very high level viewpoint of the CBR calculations from both controls and mitigations specifically. And the detail on all 33 programs we provided an overview of what exactly is the program, how we've calculated these benefits, but it is forecasted what the volume of work will be in the 2027 to 2030 period and the estimated costs in that period specifically as best we can model it right now to get these directional ranges for the CBRs. And then the last slide in my presentation, and then happy to open it up for questions for the last few minutes across the entire sec, is the last couple of slides. When you look at it, I showed you the waterfall chart for 23 going to 27, and we focused on the 27 base year. But when you take all of the work that we put in our controls and mitigations, we say, okay, this is approximately what we would spend and ask for, how we calculated the CBRs. This takes the view all the way to 2030. Let's say, from 23 to 2027 is kind of the work that to 2026 is the work that we've asked for, not the work, but the spend that we got in this GRC, that'll be reflected in the work that we perform. That'll bring the risk down to what I showed you. From 27 to 2030 will be the next GRC. Climate impact will take it up. PSPS and EPSS will also be in play at that point in time to keep the risk under control. PSPS and EPSS have the reliability impacts, and you land up in the 2030 period post mitigations for about $7 billion, using all of the same calculations we've done up to this point in time. So it just gives you that viewpoint all the way to 2030. And then
I have questions.
In the last, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris Pascal Advocates. I just thank you for putting together this waterfall chart. I think it helps. And I was just wondering, so if I understand this chart correctly, it indicates that the 2023 baseline risk at the beginning of the 2023 GRC is the $21.95 billion figure on the far left. Do I have that right? That's at the beginning of the.
Yeah, you have that actually, Chris. What we did was we used 2027 as the test year, so that's all our calculations are on that test year. But we basically said, okay, if we go back to 2023, because remember we had to do our data set was 2015 to 2022. We expanded that. We expanded all the risk, where the risk materializes. So we kind of took it back to 2023 to provide this continuous view.
Okay, yeah, that helps. And then I know that you had another earlier slide on 33 that talked about the beginning risk on the 2027 GRC. But does this indicate it specifically on this waterfall chart, what that risk value is at the beginning of the 2027 GRC?
It doesn't call it out. That's why we had two separate charts. We just wanted to show a viewpoint from 23 going all the way to 2030, in the same way we showed it going from 23 to that test year. And the test year is in year specifically, right? And so if you had blown that out, you take it in the test year 2027. We haven't shown any of the mitigations that we would do, like the undergrounding or the overhead hardening that we do in the 2027 year on that earlier chart. That chart just shows you where do you start 2027. EPSS and PSPS brings it down. They have corresponding reliability risk in 2027. But it doesn't show you during that time period of the full 12 months, you'd have done work. This one is attempting to take that into consideration as well.
Okay, so because I know on that slide it showed a 19.63 billion.
Yes. Yeah, so Chris, I think the other point to make is this climate impact we showed as one bar, right? The climate is applied at every single year. So, instead of doubling up the bar showing here, or the offsetting bar against a bunch of these bars, we just put it at the end. So explicitly, if you can say if you added the climate impact back onto the 2027, those numbers will better line up.
Got it. Okay, so I would add that red bar to kind of show the increase in risk due to climate change to get to the basic baseline. Yeah. Okay, a portion of that. Okay, and then if I look at, like, on this portion, the gray is the undergrounding on this chart, and I can see the GRC period 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030. I take it that those are the risk reductions for undergrounding for each of those years. So that kind of, if I combine those, that kind of shows me the risk reduction from undergrounding over the GRC period. Okay.
Yeah, a portion based on all the other programs that we have as well.
Got it. Because it does, if I look at it from this perspective that's on this slide, it also kind of gives me an idea that risk reduction over that 4-year GRC period is kind of on scale with the inverse, the increased risk from climate change. Is that right? Because the red is representing the increase, and the gray is representing the decrease. Is that kind of fair to say roughly?
Yeah, I think as Andy shared earlier, right, there is an offsetting effect that we are implementing grid resiliency mitigations, right? But there is continued climate impact that also offsets those benefits. So in that way, yes, it would show that the climate impact is going up. Our mitigations are pushing it down. And as a result, you will see by 2027, it is lower than the starting 2023 point, as well as all the activities that we'll be doing in 2027 through 2030 will also reduce, will reduce the impact of climate as well.
Right, but this is useful because it kind of puts things in perspective. Just a quick question: does this gray system hardening undergrounding, does that also include wildfire rebuild, like stuff that has to be rebuilt due to wildfires or caused by wildfires?
I believe that program ends prior to 2027. But obviously, if there's any rebuild activities that still need to occur, in year, that would be captured as such. But I don't think we necessarily forecast it in year.
Okay, so from my big takeaway from this is that the gray is kind of like what the undergrounding is doing to kind of bring the risk reduction down. The red is showing kind of like the opposite issue with climate change bringing risk up. And they're trying to bring it down, but there's also this competing thing with climate change bringing it up. And so if I move a little bit further over, then it shows PSPS and EPSS being like the large risk reduction, which is like the gorilla of mitigations in this chart. And it seems like that's going to then probably continue. Does PG&E plan to continue to see this as kind of like the gorilla mitigation over future rate cases, future ramps? Because it seems like, from this perspective, it seems like the undergrounding is relatively modest when it's competing with the climate increasing risk, and it's going to be, and PG&E would then continue to be using PSPS, EPSS as the gorilla mitigation over future rate cases and ramps. Is that a fair statement, or?
I put it slightly differently than we do acknowledge that PSPS and EPSS gives us a large mitigation against the wildfire risk, but that the fact that you've got to put in the supporting infrastructure to do it, as well as to do those mitigations. I mean, just to give you a perspective on EPSS, to do the EPSS mitigation, it means you got to operate the grid differently every single day. And that means really driving, there's 5,000 devices in the system that have the enhanced power line safety settings. And what you got to do is you got to get it right on every day to make sure that that particular device is in the right setting to provide you that protection. So while it's a really good mitigation, it's an extremely operationally intensive mitigation to do. And you've got to make sure you don't make any mistakes, because you can't afford to have a wildfire. That's really what we're trying to protect against. And so there are segments of the grid that we think it's best to kind of get this risk down by 90, take it out. That's why we want to underground it, which is the 97% risk reduction in a permanent basis, which is why we're doing that specifically. So it gives you protection across the system. We'll continue to hone it and try to make it simpler to use. But it's a short-term mitigation that you do it now because you've got to basically make sure you survive from one year to the next year, and your communities have a level of protection while you rebuild the grid underneath that situation. And we're going to see climate change in a whole different factors. So how do we take that basic concept and use it in as many of the different climate mitigations that we'll see in the future?
Thank you. My only other thought would be is if that baseline risk value could somehow be added to future waterfall charts to just show, right now, beginning 2023, it's 21.95. What is it at the beginning of the 2027 GRC? What is it at the beginning of the 2031? But thank you for explaining that.
No, it's appreciated. The last slide I believe we have in our presentation, if we go to the next slide, is really about the alternatives that we've shared in our testimony. There's a couple of alternatives, so I'll just explain a couple. One is alternative on system hardening. Is our current system hardening plan is to also underground the secondary and the service. But secondary and service, you could use an alternative and say, hey, don't underground that last bit. Rather just focus on undergrounding the primary. So that's one of the alternatives. We think it's sensible if you're going to do that work to do it completely and finish the job all the way through is one. Another alternative was around just the general grid monitoring technologies to allow the grid monitoring technologies that we put in place to provide you a different level or potentially introduce a different operational mitigation that we may not have thought about yet, which is if you put devices on every pole, could you coordinate that in a particular way and automatically adjust settings based on that? The third one is around line slap. This is when you have, with wind conditions, could you put further mitigations to prevent conductor slap? It will impact a smaller number of ignitions, but it does have a mitigation. And then the last one is about a slightly new approach where we're thinking about is how about fuel treatments around your lines significantly? If you do fuel treatments around your lines, does that change the consequence risk score such that that becomes a feasible option as well? And this is not veg management. When you talk about veg management to trimming or removing hazard trees, this is around the underlying bed of fuel around specifically high consequence areas. In a pretty massive way, you do it around that, and take out fuels that could allow a spread to take place. That's plan 4. So those are the alternatives we've shared. We're not while we're testing some, we're not really pursuing these alternatives in a massive way as we think about it, but we share them in our RAM filing as potential alternatives for consideration. So with that, I'm definitely out of breath and appreciate the questions. But
Andy, thank you.
Yeah.
We have to take a lunch break. I see that Wendy has a hand up, but I would rather we take a lunch break now. And Wendy, could you please postpone your question to the general Q&A session in the afternoon? Will you be available, Andy, to answer any questions at that time?
I wanted to ask that question, Andy. Are you available for the Q&A or?
I would prefer to take the question. I got to make my way down to LA.
All right.
So
Wendy, let's let yours be the last question for this session before we take lunch break.
Okay, it's actually about alternative plan 1. And I mean, I do think it's important to kind of focus on because your definition of undergrounding has changed significantly from the previous GRC, because the previous GRC, you did not underground secondary services. And it's my understanding that a significant portion of cost is proposed to be spent on undergrounding secondary and service lines, even though there's a relatively small amount of the risk in those secondary and service lines. So I think alternative plan 1 is important to look at. And I'm a little confused with this risk reduction of 60725.9. I mean, do you have in your work papers all the details for alternative plan 1 and how this risk reduction compares? How does it compare to your proposed plan risk reduction?
We do have all the detail in our work papers around this, and happy to kind of have a discussion around the alternative 1 versus the proposed. Yes.
Yeah, information is all in the same format and all in the same work paper structures.
Do you remember, I mean, what was the risk reduction for the proposed plan compared to this? It was.
I don't have the number offhand.
Okay. That's something I just think is important to look into more.
I believe we have it in an earlier slide on slide 41. We show that the underground has 51 million.
Okay, so 51 million versus 61 million, or
yeah.
60. Is this billion or million or?
It's billions. We're capturing the long-term risk benefit as this risk reduction value.
So it would be a significantly more risk reduction. And this is about the same amount of cost, correct, as your proposed plan? And you would do
That's
more primary miles with this. And so you would have
Yes.
more risk reduction.
That's
Okay,
correct.
I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Stephen, back to you.
Do you want to take one more question, or since you're not available in the afternoon, so Tom Long next.
Great. I had a quick question. What is bundled tag reduction?
It's the combination. It's the combination of several different MAC codes, including the polls and the capital and the expense portions of the various tags. So it's just representing the multiple tags that we're capturing in our programs.
Tags. It's a term of art. I don't understand what you mean by that.
Notifications, backlog notifications.
And so is that sounds like control work.
Just to further, as part of this update, we separated out the notifications off of emergency kind of steady state fines and the backlog notifications that we still have. So we provided more granularity in our notification data set to show the separation of the controls and mitigations associated with those programs.
So in this waterfall, compared to the waterfall I asked about earlier, you're showing risk reduction from repairs of from repair tags.
Associated with the backlog notifications, there is benefits on the activities that we do from 2023 to 2026 also captured there.
Okay, and that wasn't the case on slide 33. I'm confused.
Yeah, not specifically called out, right? But there are benefits to working some of the backlog. However, the majority of the benefits come from our undergrounding and system hardening program.
So are you changing the answer to slide 33 that the grid resiliency mitigations downward arrow is including working back the backlog?
We capture all the various grid resiliency mitigations. System hardening and undergrounding are the majority, right? But as part of how we present activities through between the years 2023 to 2026, there are many other programs that we also capture. And you'll see that in the as part of that waterfall, right? As you called out, there are tags, there are other activities that are also captured here.
And there are work papers behind these waterfall.
Yes.
We'll take a look.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we need to end the session. I see that there are still two hands up. Chris, if you can ask your questions very quickly, and if it's a short question and short answer, Gordon, go for it. But otherwise, I would prefer that we take a lunch break now.
Sure. I'd just like maybe put in a placeholder for, I know Andrew's not going to be available this afternoon, but if there were a follow-on workshop, these last two slides on the waterfall chart and the alternative analysis, if there were more time to ask questions, because I see other folks are mentioning stuff in the chat as well. For example, like if there were a waterfall chart, if we went back one slide just for a moment, I'm just maybe trying to reserve this, but if we could go back to the previous slide briefly.
Who's controlling the slides? Can we go back?
I'm not, but Chris, in kind of the interest of time, yeah, I'm more than happy to kind of reach out to you and see what we can set up for a conversation.
This is slide 43. It's slide 43, the waterfall chart.
Chris,
there you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I was curious.
Let's move on to Gordon. Let's move on, Gordon, and just wrap it up, please, very quickly.
So what I was going, if I just finish what I was going to say was, this chart could show the covered conductors, you know, what would the cover conductor would look like? Because it would show, you know, how would the timing of risk, delay, and stuff like that be showing if it were a cover conductor alternative. So I think that would have to involve another workshop, but I just wanted to request it as a placeholder for going forward. Thank you.
Just does this waterfall chart include undergrounding the PG&E plans to request an SB884 plan?
It gives us a guidance as to what it is. The SB884 plan is basically the 10-year, and so it's definitely going to be overlapping on both those cases. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's have a 45-minute lunch break, and by my clock, we will be back at 1:35. But can we come back at 1:30 instead of 1:35? Yeah,
that works for us, Steve.
Okay, 1:30. We'll resume at 1:30. We are back. So just a reminder that this workshop is being recorded. Okay, we are back, and Ken?
Steve, can we bring up, if he's not already, Will Landreth as a presenter, and maybe that's to Blake. The presenter for this section will be Russ Cruzen, and it's our large uncontrolled water release or dam safety risk.
Actually, Blake is no longer helping the afternoon session. It's Joe Hager now.
Joe.
Hi, good afternoon. The names of the people you needed to brought up. I'm sorry, Brian Landry.
It's Will Landreth. And I believe Russ Cruzen should already have permissions, and if not, he's the other presenter.
Okay, I've located them both, and they're both in the panelist group.
Russ, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Russ Cruzen. I'll be walking through the presentation today for large uncontrolled water release. Got some teammates supporting me. That's Will Landreth and Jane Young. I don't know, Ken, if we can get her on the docket too to be able to respond. If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay. So I'm going to step through this, define what large uncontrolled water release is, the ramp scoring mitigation strategy, and compare that with the other risks within the PG&E portfolio, give a brief risk model overview, the drivers and associated consequences of failure, and then conclude with an overview of the cost-benefit ratios and the respective dam mitigation projects for large uncontrolled water release. Next slide, please. Okay. So large uncontrolled water release translates to a dam failure. So the risk definition is shared by FERC or generated by FERC, which is a failure of a high or significant hazard dam, where failure could result in the loss of human life and or cause economic, environmental damage, or other concerns. So PG&E has 165 dams in its portfolio. So in scope, 60 of them are within the scope of the ramp model, and that's because their hazard potential classification and failure consequence brings them into the definition of a high or significant hazard dam. Please note that the hazard classification does not translate to the current condition of the dam. What is out of scope are the non-FERC related dams. So FERC is, again, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission that oversees the federal side of our dam safety program. Low hazard dams are out of scope just due to their safety consequence, and RAMP is primary objective is to identify the asset risk, which poses the greatest safety consequence. So, in addition to the low hazard dams being out of scope, water conveyance facilities, powerhouses, and other hydroelectric assets are out of scope for large uncontrolled water release considerations. There are still risks, but not in this, not tied back to this dam failure consideration. Each dam is considered a tranche. We look at each dam specifically. and that is due to the unique design of each dam, the construction history, the site geology, and the individual unique potential failure modes tied to the drivers, the risk drivers. So allocating one tranche per dam allows us to better capture the specific mitigation strategies and projects for each dam. Is there any questions up to this point? I'll pause here. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so we fall overall 9th out of PG&E's 12 ramp submittals, and that's the safety scoring. Total baseline risk is 8th in the company. If we can go to the next slide, please.
I just have a clarifying question.
You bet.
Date range was 2019. What does that mean? In the
Okay, so
previous
that
slide?
was, yeah, great question. So that was the last time we pulled the data that was available for failures of dams in the US that allowed us to develop the models. Okay, let's go ahead and next slide. Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to walk through a couple of slides here that will connect the bow tie to the mitigations and drivers and the outcomes that we're trying to prevent. I'm going to start off with our mitigation strategy. So our mitigation strategy includes 5 programs, and I'll walk through these specifically here in a sec. Internal erosion, spillway remediation, seismic retrofits, low-level outlet refurbishments, and physical security. And those are all programs aimed to mitigate the flood risk, the seismic activity in our region, and failures under normal operations, which we'll cover, and physical attack. So internal erosion translates to basically seepage through the dam structure with the pressure and fluid velocity going through the dam that has enough momentum to carry material through the dam that challenges the structural integrity of the dam, creates a piping consideration or flow path that can challenge, again, the stability of the dam. So the strategy to prevent that is obviously continuous monitoring of those conditions and creating upstream surfaces of the dam that create a physical barrier to prevent that transport of water and material through the dam, as an example. Spillway remediations. So this addresses the flood driver. So our spillways past the flow around the dam in the event of a flood situation. Our spillways are to be designed to the deterministic maximum flood of the region for specific to each dam. And the reason why they need to do that, they need to be able to pass that flow is to prevent overtopping from the flood that would scour the downstream surface of the dam or create an instability of the dam due to the flow over the top of the dam. And so the strategy there is to make sure the spillway is in good condition and that all the other servicing components of the dam, like the spillways, the gates, the low-level outlets, the other protective mitigations are in place, like long booms, and debris management is maintained so that the spillways aren't challenged. Seismic retrofits, our dams need to be designed to the maximum seismic loading of the area. That's to create the structural stability of the dam. So we're constantly evaluating those considerations. Low-level outlets. Okay, so low-level outlets are not in itself directly tied to the major drivers of flood, seismic, or normal operations, but they maintain a critical operation of being able to just flow water through the dam. And in the case of emergency, we can drain behind the dam, perform repairs or inspections if needed in the case of a seismic event, etc. And then the last one there is physical security. So that reduces the likelihood of a malicious attack by third-party individuals. And those barriers include physical barriers, monitoring, surveillance, etc. I'll pause here. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the bow tie itself, I'll speak to the drivers here in a second, but again, the four major drivers are flood, seismic, normal operations, and physical attack. So flood and seismic obviously carry the bulk of the driving risk to fail our dams. And the outcomes that we're concerned with are both twofold. One, failure of the dam, whether that's a full failure or partial failure in an uncontrolled manner in an unpopulated area or populated area, okay? And the drivers for the unpopulated area are more economic in nature. They translate to both what the customer would have to bear for cost in addition to what PG&E would have to bear. So the greater one is obviously the safety risk and financial risk tied to a downstream event of a populated area. So of a dam failure in an inundation zone that has a populace of concern. So those are our two outcomes that we're trying to prevent. Again, the one that drives the risk the most is the populated area. I'll pause here. I'll go into the drivers with more detail in a second. But any questions thus far on the bow tie?
Yeah, thanks. Is it okay if we ask like some pretty specific questions about stuff that's in work papers, but that you're not presenting here?
I'll give it the best shot I can.
Great. So as you're presenting the outcomes here, you're only presenting this 0102 designation, but in your kind of more granular bow tie assessment, you actually have 8 outcomes that are kind of parallel to these. You have, these different types of full dam breaches, by flood, 50% FW, 25% FW, lower bound. And then you have 3 more that are just different levels of a damaged state.
Yes.
But the question I have is, why would 01 only be associated with those damaged state outcomes and the rest of them are associated with the 02? So you have the dam breaches are essentially only associated with uncontrolled release in a populated area.
Okay, I'll do the best I can to answer, and then I'll default to my team to back me up.
Okay.
The understanding is that the full failure of a dam that results in the safety risk or loss of life is what is being considered as the highest driver. It's bounding other conditions of concern. So the model is obviously saying that is what we need to go after first, is these high populated areas with a full dam breach. Basically a 1 to 0. The dam has failed. What do we need to do? What's the risk there? It's very, very hard due to modeling to understand or translate these cascading effects of getting up to that damaged state of full failure. And so I think that's what the model is trying to bound. And then Will or Jane, anything I missed there?
No, Russ, I have nothing additional to add. If we look for more detail, we can follow up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. And Wendy has a question.
Yeah, I have a more basic question. I'm a little confused why flood is a driver. I mean, it seems like that's the outcome is the flood. And if you go back to the previous slide, can you go back to the previous slide?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like these would be the drivers, like an internal, I mean, something that causes the internal erosion or something that causes the spillway to fail. So I'm just a little confused.
Okay, I can help. So these again are the mitigations that are mitigating the outcomes of the drivers. So maybe the way the presentation is, it's a little confusing, but in a flood situation, if the dam were to be with the inflow to the reservoir, if it exceeds the spillway capacity, in other words, the bypass of water around the dam structure, and that exceeds that, the dam the overtopping of the dam would happen due to the flood upstream. And obviously a failure of the dam will result in a failure downstream, in addition to what's already bypassing the spillway or going through the spillway and the downstream effects of that. So hopefully that makes sense, that flood is the driver of exceeding spillway capacity and then overtopping of the dam, which then challenges the structural integrity as it cascades over the top of the dam. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess like if you have a huge rainy season, like what happened up in Oroville is what you're talking about. But wouldn't you also have a situation where you just could have failure of components of the dam
Absolutely.
that may not be a result of a heavy rain season, you know?
Sure. So what you're talking about is, again, the normal operations. So normal operations, if we can go to the next slide, I believe. Yeah. Dang it, I'm getting lost on the slides here. Okay, so go back to the slide we were just on. Apologies. Okay, so what you're speaking to is the failure under normal operations. So, and I'll speak to these drivers, and I think that's why you're confused, because we'll have a slide that blows this up. But failure under normal operations is that. It's failure that either the gates don't work correctly or there's some other operation that challenges the integrity of the dam and then results in a dam failure and flooding downstream, separate of a flood condition. So
the flood condition is kind of like a weather related
yes
event.
yes.
Okay. And then
Yes,
the normal
you got
would be others. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let me get to that slide and then ask it again, please, if I didn't get to it. Apologies for the flow. Okay, let's go to the bow tie real quick and just get us back on where we were. Okay, so again, I'm focusing on O2 being the bounding condition of outcomes in the populated areas that's driving our risk for dam failure. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so here we're speaking to that. Here we have a population of 165 dams. We're looking at 60 specifically that have gone through flood analysis, life safety consequence analysis due to the inundation maps that are downstream as a result of a dam failure. So this is what's included in our large uncontrolled water release, the risk exposure. And this is showing basically where we're at with our current understanding of projects, and 5 of them being basically translating to 50% of the risk. So this populace is obviously always changing as we go through our analysis of ever-changing conditions in the modeling. And as we understand that, then those risks become known and they get risk ranked with the remaining population of projects. And we burn that down with the projects, the mitigation projects themselves. Yes, there's a question.
Yeah, I was wondering, so some of the, you have a tranche per dam, and some of the dams have undergone a type of qualitative risk assessment, semi-qualitative risk assessment through FERC. It was an agreement that you guys have done with FERC.
Yep.
And some of the dams have gone through certain types of risk assessment that others haven't. For instance, 9 dams were given extra attention due to flood. I guess my general question is just how did you determine which dams would participate in the FERC the FERC semi-qualitative risk assessment? Why did you pick the other 9 dams to undergo the extra assessment for flood? And then I have a follow-up after that, but let's get to that first.
Okay, thank you. Let me get this one. So this one, that's a great question. You're talking specifically about how we've maybe the upstream risk scoring that we go through before we get to the qualitative analysis or the semi-qualitative analysis, right, that we perform on these dams to inform the mitigations that we need to put in the queue. So here's where we're at. So we have known degraded conditions on the dam, and this semi-qualitative risk analysis is like a new practice that FERC is allowing us to go through to risk rank our projects. With the portfolio of concerns that we have, which ones do we need to go after based on risk, which is frequency and consequence? And they allow us to do that instead of just using the deterministic methods, which would force projects, and then we'd have to figure out it is not risk driven, basically. So they're allowing that new modeling characteristic. So the targeted population of 60 dams that we went through and we focused on a certain populace, it's due to known degraded conditions that exist now, such as spillway degraded conditions that have projects in the queue. And we're looking at ways of what other considerations should we put into the mitigating projects in addition to what's already known. So we know that, for example, some dams will not pass the maximum flood. The spillway is too small. In addition, we know that there's degraded conditions on the dam itself. So following the Oroville event, we have gone through and done that first scrub, which is what do we know about as found conditions and what do we need to go after first, because we know one doesn't pass the flood and the other is there's a degraded condition. So that's what we targeted first, but that is an ongoing modeling that we need to do on all of the spillways to rule out all failure modes.
A couple follow-ups. The first is that was the analysis that was done in the 2020 ramp, do you feel that helped inform part of this decision to send 4 dams into the semi-qualitative risk assessment process?
So you're saying, did what we put in our last ramp model based on the degraded conditions and projects in the queue, was that part of the input to what we went after first?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say I don't know the answer to that question, but I'll let Jane or Will speak to that. Our model owner is not here right now, so I can't specifically say yes or no.
That's okay. We can also have a follow-up.
Okay.
I guess one thing I did want to point out, though, is that at least 2 of the dams that are in the top 5, they didn't undergo that really kind of thorough assessment. And so in a way, would that mean that, like, I'll just point them out, it's Pit 5 Open Conduit and Fordyce. Are those slightly then under, like, is the risk under evaluated essentially?
Really good question. So those other projects are projects that are other risk drivers besides spillways.
Okay.
So we're going after specifically the spillway population with those semi-qualitative risk analyses based off of the Oroville mandate, basically. Jane, did I miss anything, or Will? So
yeah, I don't have anything to add.
Okay, so specifically, Eddie, like, let's pick Fordyce, for example, drivers being seismic, flood, or internal erosion. So some major projects aren't related to, they're just different drivers than spillway capacity.
Great, thanks, that's helpful.
Yep. Okay, are there any more questions? I can't tell. All right, let's jump to the next slide. All right, again, maybe not in the right order, but here we go with the drivers. So I spoke to the mitigations earlier, and then these 4 major drivers that tie back to those mitigations. And so I'm going to give a little bit more detail into one of the questions I think, Wendy, you asked. So again, 4 major drivers of risk: flood, that's flood into the dam. Okay, so obviously mass behind the dam upstream surface, so there's pressure there, there's potential for overtopping. So that flood inflow challenging the spillway, et cetera, is one of those drivers. And that occurs obviously from heavy rain on snow event, or a combination of both, right? And so we're trying to understand what is the maximum inflow into the reservoir that we need to size the spillway for to prevent overtopping. And so that's our first driver. Second one is seismic. Obviously, we're in earthquake territory. So we need to ensure that the ground motion caused by earthquakes is within our design criteria. And if not, appropriately address that with the structural modifications necessary. Okay, and again, flood and seismic are over 80% of our driving risk. The other two being failure under normal operations. So again, this is uncontrolled releases that result in the absence of a flood due to a failure of a component on the dam that is mitigating the flow out of the dam, or internal erosion, material transport through the substrate of the dam that creates a piping and then an eventual failure. Lastly, physical attack. Again, this is third-party attacks that we need to stand up a program for to ensure we can identify those and mitigate those. Any questions on our drivers? And Wendy, hopefully that answered your question. I see a hand. Eddie.
Yes, sorry, Russ.
No problem.
Yeah, so I know that you guys published a report called the Deterministic Seismic Hazard Results. Still kind of waiting on a copy of it. I know it's got a confidentiality. I see Ken popping up. Hi, Ken.
I'm working on it, Eddie. I hope to have that to you hoping today, fingers crossed, but I'm working on the request.
Okay, great. The thing is that was published in December 2021. So going back to Wendy's question about the 2019 data, does that mean the data in that study was only from 2019?
I cannot answer that question. Will,
okay.
Jane?
I'm sorry, Russ, I can't add either. Eddie will have to take that.
Yeah.
Confirm.
No problem. I'm sure it'll tell me once Ken sent it to me.
The problem I'm having is the difference between the scope of the data included in that report, whether it's published for 2019, the published date, or if the data is limited to 2019. I can't clarify that for you, so we'll have to take that back. Thanks.
Okay. Yep. Thanks.
Thank you, Will. All right. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, recapping after questions, talked about mitigations, the outcomes, the drivers, and here's, again, speaking to the outcomes, we have 99% of our total risk is due to that uncontrolled release in populated areas. It's translating to the bulk of the cost for both safety and financial. So to kind of wrap our heads around what the financial words mean or what is being considered there, it's the direct economic damage to the public, cost of replacement of our dams and our powerhouses, and the foregone revenue of generation. And then safety is fatalities or injuries due to failure in a populated area or recreation area. Questions here? All right, let's jump to the next slide. Okay, environmental and social justice. So large uncontrolled water release is included in the pilot study to understand the inundation zones that overlap with the disadvantaged or vulnerable communities. And so 19 of the dams that we have translated to a potential impact on that community. Of the projects in the portfolio, we have identified basically 7.5 million in expense and 288 million in capital that will be spent on those projects tied to those 19 dams, translating to about 27% of our investment is going into of the large uncontrolled water release projects is going into this 19 dams and their DVC impacts. Any questions? Sorry, that was awkward.
Actually, I have a question on the previous slide.
Sure.
Can you go back to Joe? Could you just go back to the last slide, the previous slide? Yeah, on the financial impact, you said the financial impact includes foregone revenue due to the dam having failed. Wouldn't that partially be covered by the reliability impact? There is a lot of overlap on that, wouldn't it? And if there is, how can you net out the duplication, double counting?
Good question. That's a modeling question. I'm gonna have to defer to Jane.
Yeah, sorry about that. Not able to address that at this time.
Yeah, I think the question was, just so we get it for a follow-up. The question is the foregone revenue of lost generation tied to a reliability concern that we're double dipping on and not just a financial output?
Could I give an example, Steve, where I think that what you're saying actually is important?
Please.
Yeah, I was just thinking that if there's an earthquake, the seismic, it's a cross-cutting factor, right? And so when you're calculating the impact of an earthquake on a different risk, like let's say overhead, can't remember what the full name of the risk is, but you have overhead failure, I believe it is, overhead conductor failure. That has a reliability aspect that I assume is affected by the seismic cross-cutting factor. And so if the power goes out because of the earthquake there, and you're claiming that as a reliability part of that risk, but you're also claiming a financial loss here, foregone revenue, isn't there some overlap there? I think maybe that's one part, because there is no electric reliability calculation for your large uncontrolled water release.
Yeah. So the only thing I'm questioning, Eddie, are we speaking to the regional impacts of the loss of generation versus, so we have to take that as a follow-up, because that's what I'm maybe thinking is baked into the model, but we need to drive that.
If I could just jump in here in the moment of silence. I know that as we explained in our factors affecting mitigation selection section, we do speak to the fact that our modeling does not go into or account for the potential for impacts to the stability of our power grid. And so it is something that we would like to include, and as our model matures and we build that out, we can take that into account. And then, of course, take to heart the comment here, because I think the comment here is rooted in the double counting, right? We don't want to double count for one where there is another. And in Eddie, to your point, in our cross-cutting factors are very complicated. When you account for it in one area, you don't want to double count and account for it in another. So certainly taking the comment, and we can have some offline follow-up if desired.
Yeah, I just want to add that the question of double counting is not just unique to this dam failure risk. It's something inherent in the multi-attribute concept. So there is a lot of potential for double counting in that multi-attribute value function concept. Although we monetize this now with this RDF framework, it's still essentially a multi-attribute value function concept. And that has inherently a lot of double counting going on, triple counting perhaps even. So it's not a flaw, just that is particular to this risk, but to all possible risks.
Thank you, Steve. And just a quick comment to that. 100% acknowledged and totally agree. And I think one of the approaches that we've taken this time around, especially, I can't speak to the previous, But we, in order to avoid the double counting or other challenges with an overcomplicated model, we tried to simplify that so that we don't end up in a situation where we could potentially be double counting. And I know that when we were talking about our modeling strategy, that was taken into account, that we not get overly complicated yet, and we wait for our maturity to build going forward. So couldn't agree more, Steve. Thank you. Is it Steve or Steven? Forgive me.
Either way, I'll respond to either.
Either way. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yumi or anybody else, do they want to chime in and help answer that question? EORM.
This is Vincent here from PG. Just some thoughts about comments like the foregone revenue from loss of generation. To me, and I have to confirm this, but to me, I see that as the revenue that PG&E gets when it sells its power to the third-party ISO. So that's something that I think that's a little different from, reliability impacts, and that's what we and we have to confirm. I think that's what's meant by foregone revenue from loss of power of generation. Hopefully, yes, so.
Vincent, I'm just going to note your audio is not great.
It might be my voice, so I've been having some health issues.
All right. Well, thank you, Vincent. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get back to the slide after ESJ. There we go. All right. Risk reduction waterfall, basically tying in, kind of showing the risk buy down with our mitigation, internal erosion mitigations, spillway mitigations, seismic retrofits, LLO refurbishment, physical security. Again, spillway and LLOs driving the largest risk mitigations right now. And I think that's it for this slide. Any questions? All right, next slide, please. Okay, so we've obviously calculated cost benefit ratios for six control and mitigation programs to demonstrate cost efficacy. Two of the programs have a cost benefit ratio over 1, while others represent significant risk reductions to support the management of large uncontrolled water release despite having CBRs less than 1. So we'll see our control there, our maintenance program, which is mostly an expense program. It's our veg work, it's our rodent abatement, it's our general maintenance activities that surround the health of the dam and keeping it up, and not challenging any of the safety features, gates, spillways of the dam, keeping those in good working condition. And then low-level outlet refurbishments, being able to respond and ensure that reservoir can be drained in the case of an inspection or an emergency to perform maintenance. So our spillway, obviously, risk reduction programs, our spillway, a huge risk reduction, enlarging spillways to ensure that we don't overtop, and low-level outlets, and then internal erosion following, which are, again, mitigating event post event, and then also being able to detect and mitigate flow through the dam so that we don't fail the dam through material transport. Any questions on this slide?
I just have a question relative to, has PG&E presented a comparison of all the different controls showing the highest CBRs and the highest risk reductions, between all of them, so that you can see the dam compared to the wildfire, compared to other things, looking at the mitigations and the risk reduction, CBRs and risk reductions?
I'll default to EORM.
Hey, Wendy, Kim here. Short answer, yes. The work paper, let's see, I want to make sure I'm giving you the correct reference. RM-RMCBR-15 does include the collected set of mitigation and control programs across all of the risk events. So I believe that is the place you can go to find that risk reduction and CBR information you're looking for.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Kim. Thanks for the question, Wendy. Just before we move from this slide, PG&E's risk mitigation strategies are selected, again, dam specific, to ensure that safety remains the highest priority. Even when our ramp modeling indicates costs higher than modeled, we're using third-party reviews, both the federal and state regulatory bodies, to ensure that we're making the right decisions, long-term investments into our dams to mitigate the most risk for these very, very long-living assets. So making sure that we spend our money wisely for the best benefit for the customer. We can go to the next slide, please.
Oh, sorry. Could I ask one more quick question, Russ? Sorry. So I was wondering if you could just speak a little bit to the decision to move the dam safety program out of the kind of control framing that you did in 2020 ramp and into a foundational activity in this one.
Okay. I was hoping for a slide, Eddie, so I could talk to it, but thank you for the question. All right. Okay. So I think, and here's where Will can really back me up. We're getting smarter and more mature as we move forward, and wrapping our head around the foundational activities and what helps us identify our strategies. And the program itself is stood up to perform the analyses, the inspections, the oversight necessary to understand the controls and mitigations that need to be put in place and oversee those. So we're treating those as foundational activities, and I think that's just our growth. Will, anything else?
Russ, you did, yeah, it was wonderful. I think the only thing I would add is, and it's not really an ad, but recharacterization maybe, is I think, Eddie, as we go forward, we want to, again, mature our modeling, right? And in order to do so, we got to bucketize where things make the most sense. And for us, I think what made the most sense is to leverage the characterization of the dam safety program as a foundational activity, so that we can let the controls that may come out of them or other elements of our asset management system within power generation, and then thus the mitigations as well, just making sure that they're in the right buckets so that we can mature in our modeling and in our risk management characterization going forward.
I guess if I could just get a clarification, like there were certain aspects of the dam safety program that were modeled, like there was a risk reduction benefit that accrued from that dam safety program in the 2020 ramp. I guess what happened to that? Is it somehow integrated into a control or a mitigation? Or because it seems like you're taking costs and shifting them across a bunch of different controls and mitigations, but you're losing out on the calculation of the benefit that comes from having that program, which would probably maybe increase the CBR for you guys and make that program look good. But also, I think that it would be a more accurate representation of these programs, so that there's a level of accountability to making sure that these programs do the job that they're supposed to do.
Yeah, I like that thought.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. I'm gonna, if I may, I'm gonna chew on that a little bit, and we can take a follow-up if needed. Thanks.
Actually, I do want to share that the foundational activities were actually allocated across the mitigation programs. So they were accounted for.
Oh, the risk benefits are accounted for.
Yes.
So then in that case, it's almost like the reverse of a cross-cutting factor. Instead of increasing risk, it's actually reducing risk. by integrating it within a number of different controls and mitigations.
Sounds right.
So much, Jane, for for weighing in. Now I'm hearing INC0075961's voice in my head. Yeah. Yeah.
I also want to add in regards to the controls mitigation foundations, I believe since the last ramp, the CPUC did provide additional definition on what a control mitigation foundation is. So that was also part of the reasoning for defining our dam safety program as a control. It's more of an enabler of our mitigations and our controls as opposed to a direct impact on the reduction of risk.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Jane. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Last slide. So this is an example of, again, I want to reiterate that alternatives analysis is unique to each dam, each driver, each mitigation that we're going through. So we're considering not only the cost benefit ratio of the project, but the longevity, the viability, the ease of execution. There's many factors that go into each of these alternatives analysis. And in this example, we're going to talk about the internal erosion driver. And this is on Relief Dam. And there's the first line there speaks to resurfacing the upstream liner as the proposed path forward, with two alternatives that are selected and rack and stack against it, that being local patching or full Shot Creek overlay on the upstream surface. And both of those have associated costs, but the longevity of those solutions are less viable. And so they end up falling off the consideration list due to not only the close comparison in cost, but it's more of the risk reduction and long-term investment into the asset and keeping it in good condition. So this is a quick example, again, that's unique to this situation, and we apply this for each project that we undergo as an alternatives analysis on what best to do. Any questions on this?
Since we have a little time, actually, I will ask. My understanding is that this is just kind of like an example alternative plan,
Yes.
like it's only related to internal erosion mitigation categories, and you've put it in the ramp. But do you have like a list of alternative plans for every single dam, for all the different mitigations that you're considering, and all the different kind of risk drivers that you're considering, or was this the only one that you guys created internally?
No, each project, again, goes through an alternatives analysis effort.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if a comprehensive list exists that we could present, but again, it's unique projects and those records are probably documented. Those decisions or modeling options are weighed in through the project process.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep. Okay. That is my last slide. Any other questions?
Best well, Jane, thank you guys. Really appreciate you showing up to present today.
Yep. We'll be back for 3:30.
Thank you. Okay, Steve, I think we're good to move on to the next risk, and that's going to be Chris Warner presenting our loss of containment on gas transmission pipeline risk.
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
Not sure if Chris was brought up. I know he was this morning, but he may have dropped off and maybe down in attendees.
No, I believe I'm here, Ken. So it took me a while to work the controls to get visible and hearable. So thank you. Afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Warner. I'm the Gas Transmission Engineering Senior Director, and I'll be presenting on loss of containment for gas transmission. I do have two friends online to call if the technical questions you ask are beyond my current knowledge. And that's Maggie Zhang from Gas Risk Management and Gordon Yee, who is the supervisor of our transmission integrity management risk model. So as needed, I will reach out to them. So let's go to the first slide. The summary is probably pretty consistent throughout all of the presentations, but we'll start by giving an overview of what loss of containment for transmission is, LOCTM, and talk about how we review and measure the safety risk of that and how that compares to other risks within the ramp. Get into details on the different components, drivers, consequence impacts, and modeling, and then conclude with a discussion around the mitigation strategies, the controls that we have in place to ensure that we minimize the risk of a loss of containment. Next slide. So this slide that is a good summary of the program itself, highlighting first the scope. It's focused on the failure of a gas transmission pipeline that leads to a significant loss of containment. That can be either leak or rupture. And we define significant as something that results in injury or requiring hospitalization, a fatality, or costs that exceed $50,000 or more. Out of scope is a loss of containment driven by large overpressurization events. Those generally happen within stations, and that's a separate risk discussed in the ramp. Want to highlight a couple things on this slide about tranching. We've increased our tranches from 4 to 24 this year, making it much more granular. We've tried to align much more closely with some of the programs that address specific drivers that lead to loss of containment, and we've also increased or focused in on the consequences specific to population around the pipeline itself. Let's see if there's anything else. The data, another shift in 24 is we're moving more and more to align with our transmission integrity management program model. So that's the major source of the risk and the consequences of the failure. But we're still leveraging PHMSA data, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration data, to support calculations of failures that we may not have a lot of experience with in the system, but still have been occurring within the pipeline system in the US. And then we also use the gas quarterly incident data to help us primarily to calculate the cost of a leak failure that happens on the system. So mainly around the reliability cost of a leak. Next slide.
Sorry, I have a question on this slide about tranching.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So my question is about the likelihood of failure element of the tranching. I'm kind of wondering, isn't it possible for like a particular pipe to fall into multiple LOF categories? Like for an example, like a shallow and exposed pipe, which is an L1, could also have a manufacturing defect, which is L5. And so I'm just a little bit confused about that element of the tranching, and if that's maybe covered because PG&E sums the risk for all the drivers.
Yes.
So, yeah.
CJ, great question. It's actually something that we're continuing to look at in evolving the accuracy or the usefulness of this model. You're exactly right. When the tranchings work, we start with one bucket and look at what pipelines fall into that. And then all of the risk associated with the pipe in that area falls into that tranche. So for example, the big one that we see in our model is around geohazards. A lot of the pipelines that fall into that geohazard tranche also have SCC, they may have third-party damage, they may have EC risks, internal corrosion risks. All those risks get summed up into that consequence or that likelihood of failure tranche and summed together. So it is not just exclusive to what is the risk for a geohazard in a high consequence area or other area. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's very helpful. And it was kind of a two-part question. Like I had assumed that, but I wanted to confirm. Thanks. That's helpful.
You bet. I didn't see the hand. So someone please do speak up if you do have a question.
I have a question. This is Chris Parks with Cal.
Yes.
I just had a question. So out of scope is a loss of containment driven by a large overpressurization event. And, you know, going back to San Bruno, I know there were a number of things found in the investigation. I believe there was also a disturbance from a operational station. I believe it was in Milpitas, I believe. I'm just curious, do you know if San Bruno would have been excluded under this type of scoping?
So San Bruno would have been part of the material threat on the pipeline itself and would have been also a vintage pipeline. So I don't know what you mean by excluded, Chris. The loss of containment and the pressurization issue caused at Milpitas might have been picked up by that, but I can't answer that question off the top.
Okay, so because it says out of scope doesn't mean that you know, that a San Bruno event would have been out of scope for this type of a risk or analysis.
Yeah, the San Bruno event would have been picked up more around the manufacturing driver, that manufacturing threat driver, and identifying where we have pipelines that haven't been pressure tested and the risk of those manufacturing threats failing because they haven't been pressure tested. So that's how we would pick up the San Bruno event. The actual increase in pressure at Milpitas, from my recollection, was fairly minor. And I don't believe that would be called a large overpressurization event. So it would not be picked up by the large overpressurization event. It would be picked up by the manufacturing threat driver itself.
Got it. And just so I understand the main reason for making this what is the main reason for the large overpressurization being out of scope for this analysis, just so I have a better understanding of it?
Primarily because large overpressurization events often cause things like shutdowns of customers, or on low pressure, they can create heightened flames in, you know, customer-owned equipment. So the safety threats are a little bit different. Loss of or large overpressurization, at least historically, has not caused a significant amount of incidents in the industry on the pipeline itself. The threat drivers that we use here from B31.8S are the primary ones that have caused issues on the pipeline.
Thanks for explaining all that. Thank you.
Next slide. As this is a quick summary of where loss of containment on gas transmission pipeline ranks relative to the other risks in the system. As you can see, from a safety perspective, it comes in second, but in a total risk perspective, it comes in 10th. Any questions on the ranking relative to other risks? All right, next slide. Going into the bow tie, here talking about the different drivers, Chris, as we mentioned, the drivers are primarily the drivers listed by B31.8S. So it's third-party damage, external corrosion, manufacturing defects, which would have been the San Bruno event, stress corrosion cracking, construction threats, which would be things such as damage to the pipe when it was installed. It could also be the welding of the pipe itself, weather-related and outside forces, internal corrosion, incorrect operations, equipment failure, and then we have the 3 cross cutters that you've heard about. Like the other risks, the drivers are identified by how frequently they happen each year, and then the percent of the total events that happen each year. So, for example, on average, third-party damage event happens 1.43 times a year, which is about 39% of all the incidents that happen on gas transmission pipeline at PG&E. And then we calculate the overall risk of those events. And so that risk is variable based, is above or below the frequency, depending upon the actual outcome that occurs. And so if you look at, for example, third-party damage and external corrosion, you can see they're very close in frequency, but the risks are significantly different because external corrosion typically results in a leak, whereas third-party damage often results in a rupture by a contractor. And so that takes me to the outcomes. There are 4. We've got 2 different kinds of ruptures, regular ruptures, and then those caused by seismic events. And then we also have 2 different kinds of leaks. Again, leaks from everything except seismic, and then seismic leaks itself. You can see the cost per risk event for ruptures ranges from 68.3 to 247 for seismic. However, thankfully, even though we live in California, the frequency of those seismic ruptures are significantly lower. So the total risk of a seismic rupture is only 23% of the overall risk for loss of containment, whereas the primary risk that we see on transmission pipeline is ruptures caused by the drivers that you see there. The leaks provide a very small percentage of the overall risk, but we include them for completeness and also still from a carbon neutral perspective and a safety perspective that those leaks could migrate. We do want to manage and monitor that. The exposure is how many miles of transmission pipe we have in the system, and that's a total of 6,426. So the overall risk for this system, when you look at the drivers and the number of events that would happen each year, which is a 3.66, and multiply that by the aggregated core, which is 50.87 million per year, it ends up being 186.1 million per year. Any questions on the bow tie?
Yeah, I just have a question about the manufacturing defect. So it's showing less than 2% of the risk, even though this was, you were saying like the San Bruno event would have been a manufacturing defect. I mean, is the frequency less because of all the mitigations you've done since San Bruno?
Yeah, it reflects both our own pipelines, primarily our own pipelines, but also industry-wide, the amount of testing that's been done and replacement of pipelines with those manufacturing defects. In our case, it reflects the PSAP program and the reduction of the manufacturing defect concern because of that. Any other questions? All right, next slide. A little more detail. I'm not going to read each of these, but if you're curious about the different drivers, not including the cross cutters, there's a little bit more detail on here. Did want to focus on incorrect operations because there may be some question with what that is. It's any action or omission that affects our pipeline's safety or reliability. It's really minor, so that may be someone operating a valve, mainline valve at some point that may shut in a valve or create a flow direction that impacts the reliability to our customers. It could be an actor of omission, I believe, even as us misevaluating a threat on the pipeline itself. So small number, but that's how we define incorrect operations. Any questions on the drivers? Again, the highest driver for us is third-party damage. And then, at least in terms of frequency, external corrosion is second. All right, next slide. A little detail on how the consequence was developed. And this graph shows the buildup as we start with the actual outcomes and the consequence of a risk event, how often they happen, the risk percentage and frequency. And then we look at what if that actually happened at a single time, what would be the natural units that occurred if that actually occurred. So for instance, on a safety perspective, our ruptures for each event that happens, we expect that 0.71% of the time, it would result in potentially a fatality. On the gas reliability side, it would result in approximately 3,800 customers going out of service. And from a financial impact, the cost to repair, respond to the event, et cetera, the cost of the gas would be about $3 million per rupture event. We then do a monetization of that event. So what is the monetization of essentially the safety event, which is about 10.8 million. You can see the monetization of the loss of the customers, and again, the same financial monetization of the financial cost. And then using the core adjustment for risk attitude, it then is upgraded. And that kind of gets at the uncertainty that we have in terms of what the actual outcome of a specific event will be. It increases the safety monetization to about 48.9 million, gas reliability to 8.9, and the financial cost to about 10.6. So that's the base of a single event. And then the rest of the charts show how would that then impact the risk on a year. So on a year basis at 0.71 fatalities per event. If you look at the frequency that a rupture occurs, that relates to about 1.47 per year. Same thing with the reliability at about 3,800 per event. Look at the frequency, it's approximately 2 per year. That number of customers per year out is about 7,900, and same with the financial. That then is, again, monetized, and you can see that in the next column, and then finally adjusted using the risk attitude graph, and comes up with the final calculation on a safety, reliability, and financial impact basis. And at the very bottom, when it's aggregated, you can see the 138.5 for safety, 21.5 for reliability, and 26.07 for financial, adding up to the 186. Any questions on that? This chart took me a long time to understand, so I'm impressed that everybody has this down. All right, next slide. This slide summarizes the top 9 of the 24 tranches. Just a quick summary on looking at this graph. Some things that stand out is 6 of the top 9 tranches are related to high consequence areas or MCAs. The other three are related to cracking threats, and then all of the tranches are listed. So cracking threats or geohazard threats. Cracking threats are becoming a threat that the industry is becoming more and more concerned about, seeing more and more incidents of this threat being present in pipelines, and is one of the key things that we're focused on ensuring that we identify before a loss of containment occurs. The graph also shows with ongoing mitigations, the change in the aggregated risk value. And you can see there is some decrease in this large scope. It's not a large delta that's that visible. Changes it in 23 from 188.9. I think I misspoke on the last slide. The total is 188.9 and drops it in 2027 to 186. Any questions on this slide? All right, next slide. The slide we're summarizing here the ongoing mitigations. There are only 4 ongoing mitigations for gas transmission pipeline. They are shallow and exposed pipe, which is both pipe that may be shallow in a field or elsewhere that has a high risk of being impacted, or has a requirement due to lease or otherwise to remain at a consistent depth. It also includes the crossings of levees and waterways managed by the State Lands Commission. And on that basis, we annually, between 1 to 3 years, actually survey the depths of those pipelines and then need to mitigate them to maintain a safe cover to protect against shipping impacts to the pipelines. Non-TIM strength testing relates to the strength testing of those pipelines that do not have a trusted, verifiable, and complete record for strength test, or there may have been a change in population around the pipeline that requires testing to validate that it can continue to operate in that new class location at its existing pressure. Valve automation is effort by ourselves and the industry to automate valves so that if there is an incident that happens on our pipeline, we're able to control the gas and shut it off in a much more timely manner. This is also something that was required by PUC 957. And so it's something that we're continuing to progress on year by year, and in each GRC proposing a scope for that the next 4 years. Finally, vintage pipe addresses the older pipelines that may have more brittle welds or features that, in particular, if there was ground movement or landslide, could cause them to fail, and they were in close proximity to population that would be impacted by that failure. We are focusing on eliminating or replacing those pipelines so that they would survive those ground movement events and not impact the population. So we're continuing to do these each year as we go through the rate case, and we're risk prioritizing them depending on the population and the impact. Any questions on our drivers? On our mitigation, excuse me. All right, next slide. We saw a little bit in the previous 2 slides back, the risk reduction from 2023 through I think it was 2027 at that time. This takes it all the way to 2030. And you can see this graph is just the top 10% or so of the risk associated with the transmission lines, but shows the components of the different mitigations and how they are going to impact risk reduction on PG&E's gas transmission lines over the next 7 years. 8 years. Any questions on this? It's a total of about 4% reduction over the next through 2030.
Hi, Chris. This is Tom Long from Turn.
Hi, Tom.
Hi. This is similar to the question I asked on the water, on the, sorry, the similar slide for wildfire. I'm seeing you're identifying 3 large mitigations that are the biggest contributors to the risk reduction. And I know you have a slide coming on ILI, and I guess I continue to have confusion about how PG&E distinguishes between controls and mitigations, and continue to be a little bit uncertain about this seems to be suggesting that you're not projecting any risk reduction from continued construction of ILI capable pipeline. And you previously called that a mitigation, and now it's not a mitigation, so therefore it's not contributing to risk reduction. This is confusing to me.
Yeah, let me try to add some clarity to this, because I've been wrestling with this myself, Tom, especially as we dealt with the ILI upgrades and the ILI runs and how to best quantify whether they were controls or mitigation. So the way I have finally come to grasp with it is mitigation is a specific program that is looking at doing a one-time risk reduction event that will significantly address a known threat and that makes a step change in the risk of our gas transmission pipelines. And in that way, valve automation, once we have all the valve automation in place, that we can control the gas and ensure that we're not going to be having long duration without being able to shut gas in. Or when we've done all the non-temp strength testing to validate that we don't have any more construction defects like what happened at San Bruno, or we've replaced all the vintage pipe that's in ground movement areas near people, those risks have been essentially mitigated. So that is that's what we call a mitigation. It's a one-time kind of step change in the overall risk on the transmission pipeline. Controls, though, do perform ongoing risk reduction to keep risks down at the level that's been attained by all of the mitigations. So if we do an ILI, let's say we do an initial PSEP program, we do a bunch of strength testing, we do a bunch of pipe replacement, we've done a great step change in terms of the risk to the system. If we then don't do any controls, we're then not aware of the fact that the risk is beginning to climb again. So external corrosion is happening, cracking is happening, third-party damage may have hit the pipe and damaged it. So those risks are starting to climb, and we're not controlling them. So the controls are there to then assess and mitigate those threats so that we can keep the overall risk on the pipeline fairly level in the system. So I don't know if that helps. They do risk reduce, because otherwise, pipeline being and entropy being what it is, the risk is going to continue to grow. So the controls then pull that growing curve down and keep it. Our goal is to keep it level or continuing to drop slightly.
And I know I know you're going to get to ILI, and it may be just a special case because it may have elements of both, and maybe that's the challenge.
Does. Yeah, and I will talk about it, Ted, but that is the challenge with ILI, is it's got
okay. All right, I'll wait till you get there then.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right, let's go to the next slide then.
I think there's Chris, I think there's a question in the chat about cracking. I can read it out
read
to you.
that question to me, and I'll try to address it if I can.
Yeah, I can read it to you. It says, you mentioned that cracking is becoming more of a concern throughout the industry. Is that because more leaks are being found than were previously, or they are more damaging when they do occur? Go
ahead.
Sorry, it's like a long question. Also, is the increase in concern about cracking due to changes in environmental factors like corrosion or due to the age of the pipe, or what seems to be the cause?
Okay, the last question is a huge multi-million-dollar question that I wish I knew for sure. But let me say, first of all, that it's becoming an increasing concern because more and more pipelines are being found to have cracking issues. And the best example I can give is back in the early 2000s when stress corrosion cracking was initially identified. PG&E did an extensive program of digging and trying and assessing its pipelines downstream of its compressor stations, and we found none. And then we also implemented extensive NDE on every dig that we did on pipelines to see if to make sure that we didn't have it, so that we could opportunistically possibly find it and see if we had it. And for years, PG&E thought it had no stress corrosion cracking. It's only the last 5-6 years or so that PG&E has begun to find stress corrosion cracking in the pipe in its pipelines, and that's a very similar trend that's happened in the industry. Initially, it was found on very high stress, high temperature lines. Now the industry is starting to find it in lower and lower stress pipelines, lower and lower temperature pipelines. And so it's becoming much more predominant, and you're going to see the frequency and the risk of SCC increasing as those statistics start hitting both our own system and the industry as a whole. So there's definitely more. There's been incidents regarding it that is very concerning. And you also hit on the aging of our assets as coating systems fail, as if there isn't effective cathodic protection, those failure mechanisms or those threats can accelerate. So again, that kind of gets back to the controls and the risk mitigation provided by those controls, and why it's so important to ensure that we have good cathodic protection, that we are watching our pipelines and looking for these threats to make sure that when we find them, we can get to them and get them out of the pipe before they actually create a loss of containment event. In terms of cause, the industry still doesn't know all the whys around it. They know some of the things that lead to it. I mentioned coating degradation, low cathodic protection issues can also bring it, cause it. Temperature and high stress can cause it. So there's a variety of things that can lead to these cracking threats. And they, once activated, they continue to grow. And so as the pipe ages, they become more and more significant. And again, more and more important for us to identify and eliminate. I hope that answered the question. All right. Any other questions that I'm missing? All right.
No, I think you're good.
All right. So this next slide gives you a quick summary. I think, do you want to go back to the CBRs real quickly? I'd like to highlight some of the changes. So as a result, this time we have done a lot more analysis and calculations on the CBRs, and you can see some of the key controls that we have is locate and mark with a very high CBR. So actually marking and locating our pipelines to make sure they're not hit is a huge risk reduction. Cathodic protection, as I mentioned, is you can see in there as well. On the mitigations, the CBRs aren't as high. I think that reflects the rarity of something happening, the actual cost of mitigating for that rare event occurring. Don't know if I was clear enough, but all three of these are linked to regulatory requirements in one way or another. There's not specific end dates for vintage pipe or for valve automation, but there are directives to make those changes to the system. On the shallow and exposed pipe, very small CBR, but in order to continue to operate our pipelines in state lands commissions crossings, we do have to spend the money to assess the depth of cover and then mitigate when we find the cover has, for some reason, eroded over the pipeline. So those are our highest CBR in the control and mitigations category. In terms of risk reduction, you can see inline inspection, as Tom questioned earlier, is our highest risk reduction benefit. Cathodic protection pops up again in this list, along with ensuring that our valves operate reliably and safely. On the mitigation side, valve automation is the highest, and followed by strength testing. So any questions on mitigations or controls? If I had to speak to any specific ones, I will be speaking to the ILI next. Okay, let's go to ILI. So the big change for the ILI inspection program control is that we eliminated, as Tom mentioned, the mitigation, which was the ILI upgrades, and we rolled that into this as a control. Problem we had with the ILI upgrades as a mitigation was trying to quantify the risk reduction and the extent of that risk reduction. So in our previous ramp submittals, it's my understanding that the ILI upgrades was limited to the risk reduction caused by actually putting in new pipe. So it didn't capture the risk benefit of the enabling ILI inspections to actually get a first-time look at a pipeline and identify some of those threats that are most effectively identified by ILI, and it did not also capture the ongoing benefit because of the ILI upgrade that we can now maintain that effective control of every 7 to 10 years, depending on whether it's an HCA or not an HCA, going in and assessing for those threats and then being able to respond and repair any threats that have become active on the pipeline. And so to capture that significant risk reduction component that can only happen if there is an ILI upgrade that occurs, we put those two together in this one control and then calculated the CBR based on those two, based on the upgrade benefits, the cleaning, the inspection, etc., that happens first time as well as subsequent times. So Tom, I don't know if that helped get at why we tried to combine the two or not, or if you have more questions on that.
No, it helps me understand what you've done. And I do appreciate the challenge, and so I'll be taking a close look at this. But I think it also shines a light on maybe that maybe it's not so important to distinguish between mitigations and controls. I don't think that's ever been all that workable, and I think this is an example where it's really not workable. And instead, just look at the work that's being done and look at whether it's providing risk reduction benefits when you're doing your waterfalls, or whether just treading water. And I think it's not going to be uniform between controls, what you call controls, and mitigations. I think what I'm doing is I'm questioning that boundary the company seems to draw there, and I'm not sure that's right.
Yeah, I can't, that's a good comment, Tom. And it's definitely a challenge we faced in this situation. I don't know if anyone else on the team wants to respond to that regarding mitigations and controls. Okay. Any other questions on the ILI program control?
This is Steve here. I want to jump in here. We are about 20 minutes, at least 20 minutes behind. So I suggest that we wrap this up as quickly as we can, and limit the questions to defer any questions to the general Q&A, and then we'll take a 5-minute break and let Chris finish his remaining slides without any questions. And we'll take a 5-minute break.
Steve, I think your timing is perfect. I think the next two should be pretty straightforward. So let's go to the next slide. This eye chart is our evaluation of how our risk reductions and spends have impacted DVCs throughout diversified, or forgive me, I am forgetting the terminology around DVCs, but essentially areas that have developmental challenges in the communities. You can see that we are spending approximately 28% in DVCs and about 72% in non-DVCs. And then in terms of that, balance is pretty much the same, both on the spending and on the risk reduction. We looked at how much in the system, how much of our system has pipelines that are running through DVCs versus how much have pipelines that are outside of DVCs. And that ratio is about 26% to 74%. So if you, my takeaway from it is that we are doing a good job of ensuring that the spend that we're doing is benefiting both DVCs and non-DVCs throughout California. Any questions on this? I guess no questions. So next slide. We considered two different alternative plans for risk mitigation. One focused on climate change, and then the other one focused on those cracking threats that I mentioned earlier. Firstly, on climate change, we looked at where we had pipelines that were at risk for flooding and could be damaged by flow or by vibration as the flow goes around them, or by being undermined and impacted. So we identified about 36 miles of pipe and looked at the cost benefit of actually anchoring it or relocating it. And you can see the CBR in this case for mitigating those that would be impacted by flooding was a low CBR less than 0.1. So not something that we would recommend moving forward with at this time. The second alternative, we looked at the cracking threats that we had on the system. Again, looked at what we could do to mitigate that. Primarily that is replacement. And there's about 86 miles of that pipeline that has that threat. 34 of it has very strong indications of that threat, both on selective seam weld corrosion and on and 52 miles on near neutral SCC. Slightly higher CBR, but validates that continuing to assess for these threats and then mitigate them as we find them is the more effective strategy for addressing this risk. Next slide. That is it.
Okay. All right. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and come back at 9 minutes after 3. And then we'll continue with the cybersecurity risk. And then after that is done, we'll have a half hour of general Q&A in which people can ask any questions related to this ramp. Thank you. Let's come back at 3:09. Okay, we are back. 3:09.
I think our next presenter is David Lowe. Just making sure he is on our panel.
Yep, I am here, present, and Yusuf is here as well.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, yes. If you guys would like to introduce yourself and start your presentation, that'd be great.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, team. My name is Yusuf Izzi. I'm the Vice President of Cybersecurity here at PG&E. David Lowe is here with me as well, and he is our Director of Cybersecurity Risk. And so we have the honor between the two of us to present cybersecurity risk event for the 2024 RAMP post-filing workshop. So if we go to the next slide, in terms of the executive summary, what we're going to cover today, we're going to cover the cybersecurity risk event here at PG&E to give you an overview of the risk, provide some insight into how it compares to other RAMP risks, how we assess and understand the risk drivers and consequences, and what our mitigation strategies are to reduce the risk exposure. So I'm going to hand it over to David at this point to talk us through the content, and both of us are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, cybersecurity risk event is very different from other risk events as it is constantly evolving risk as the threat landscape continues to evolve at a rapid rate and the threat actors are becoming more sophisticated. Cybersecurity attacks are increasing globally, with energy sector being the one of the most attacked industry because the utility sector is a high value target and is becoming more digitized, which increases the attack surfaces for the threat actors. Last year, the energy sector saw a significant increase in ransomware, supply chain, social engineering attacks, and cyber attacks. That cyber attacks and impacts of cyber crimes were projected to continue to grow at significant numbers. And PG&E is a primary target for threat actors because it would have debilitating impacts on security, economics, public safety for the people, assets, and businesses in California. And so when we talk about cybersecurity risk event, as is defined as the cybersecurity risk event, as defined as a coordinated malicious attack targeting PG&E's core business functions, resulting in disruptions of, or damage of systems used for gas, electric, and/or business operations. When we look at the scope of the risk event, and we're really talking about the IT or information technology and OT, operational technology assets, PG&E data or staff, the infrastructure, and our third parties connected to PG&E systems and infrastructure. Right. The scope includes any adverse incidents caused by adversaries impacting PG&E's business or operation distribution, resulting in a measurable financial impact, and also any measurable negatively impacting incidents initiated by the threat actor. The scope is classified from a level 1 through 5, with a level 1 as a single cybersecurity incident with no impacts to the UDN or the utility data network, and or the ODN, the operational data network. By level 5s would be classified as a severe security incident with massive impacts on more than 50% of users and systems negatively impacted by the cybersecurity incident. The scope is broken down by key risk drivers and the cyber attacks via malware, ransomware, social engineering, supply chain breaches, vulnerable devices and infrastructure, software application defects, and insider acts, both malicious and non-malicious. When we start talking about the tranche development, it's really PG&E's way of reviewing and analyzing the possible attack vectors from a threat actor to exploit each of the drivers, which would have adverse consequences of a cybersecurity incident. And the tranches themselves, and we'll cover this later, is that they're broken down by the key threat attack vectors targeting PG&E's assets, third parties, and people. And again, the tranches would include the UDN or the utility data network, the ODN, operational data network, assets, infrastructure, the people, contractors, and employees, third parties with access to PG&E data, systems, or infrastructures and software, both in-house development and outside purchase, and any other system. With that, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So cybersecurity risk event ranks number 8 on the company's safety ranking when compared against the other safety risks. Right, it's identified as a ramp risk with a safety risk value of 25 million due to the direct and indirect safety consequences through loss of life or injuries associated with a level 5 incident. And overall, the cybersecurity risk event carries a total risk value at 1,007 million. Next slide, please. Okay, so the ever evolving kind of cybersecurity threat landscape has required PG&E cybersecurity to constantly reevaluate risks and evolve accordingly. PG&E has been committed to managing cybersecurity risk by analyzing emerging threats and investing in comprehensive mitigation. This includes ongoing investments in increased capabilities in identify, protect, detect, and respond domains to execute or mitigations. Our strategy bolsters existing initiatives to address evolving risks, emerging threats, and regulatory changes. And when you dive deeper into the cybersecurity strategy, it includes the reinforcement of a zero trust architecture to enhance infrastructure security and align with the evolving threat landscape, both at a strategic and tactical level. Implementation of proactive strategies to address evolving cyber threats across the OT, or operational technology, ICS, or industrial control systems, mobile devices, grid edge, and artificial intelligence to ensure continuous evaluation and adaptation of controls for effective risk mitigation. One area of risk mitigation strategy not specifically called out in the ramp filing and not on the slide itself is the risk mitigation activities around enhancing the cybersecurity culture at PG&E. We're planning to include that as part of our people risk mitigation strategy in the upcoming Generate case, or GRC, and outlining what kind of strategy and or increased investment in building out the company's cybersecurity culture, as that's a key element to securing the company and reducing the cybersecurity risk. Next slide, please. Okay, a very familiar slide here in terms of the risk bow tie. Right? There are 5 bow tie components that contribute to the risk calculation. There's the driver, exposure units, the outcomes, and frequency, and probability calculations. The 2027 risk score is 1,007 million, which I mentioned earlier, and that represents the existing financial consequence exposure mitigated by the current controls and mitigations. The seminal event that is targeted to be mitigated is the cybersecurity risk event, as we've been discussing, as called out, also shown on the orange circle here. The drivers, on the driver's side, the drivers are attack techniques a threat actor uses to breach PG&E's network or systems, and the frequency for events per year is made up of both internal data collected by our internal teams and industry data per each event. So we have the blend of both. The risk percentage, which outlines what event poses the highest risk driver to PG&E. And the aggregated number of the 477.9 represents the total sum of frequencies per event. And as you can see on the graph here, the top 2 risk driver continues to be social engineering and malware ransomware. Social engineering is the biggest driver of this risk percentage due to sophistication of the attacks and the ease to exploit people and assets and systems through social engineering techniques. And then malware ransomware is an increasing risk driver due to the ease of access, ability to quickly scale attacks, adoption of ransomware as a service, and it's becoming a business model for threat actors to quickly monetize their work. Refer to slide 83 for a kind of more breakdown of the risk drivers themselves and their definitions. On the exposure side, we have 270,900 exposure points, which is the total number of known exposure units of assets, software, systems, vendors, people that are susceptible to potential cyber attacks and can be exploited by threat actors. So the key word there is the known exposure units. So these are the ones that we're aware of. There are potentials for unknown exposure units, and as we continue to learn more and discover more, that exposure units will continue to grow, including, as I mentioned earlier, about the attack surface. As the attack surface continues to grow, we would expect that the exposure units would potentially grow along with that. In terms of the baseline risk score, we talked about that already, which is the 1,007 million, outlines PG&E's current risk scores for cybersecurity risk-based event based off the bow tie analysis, and this year's risk dollars after proposed mitigations have been taken into consideration. And the outcomes are realized results and impacts of a successful cybersecurity incident. Core is the consequence of risk events, and the percentage of frequency is the percentage of time a certain level of event occurs. And so the outcomes now, though, they do include indirect and direct safety, which is why it's part of the ramp filing here. And reliability is also in the consequence calculations. Outcomes are broken down by cybersecurity levels, as discussed earlier, from level 1 to 5. And frequencies per year is made up of, for level 1 and 2, are really internal data collected by our internal teams, while industry data is really the makeup of level 3, 4, and 5 events. As you can see, the cybersecurity level 5 incident is the top outcome at 436 million at a 0.003 percentage frequency, and attributes to 98.6% of the risk outcome due to the forecast. Severe impacts to business reliability, financial, and safety. These events would be catastrophic. All cybersecurity incident level consequences from any other enterprise risk. This way, we have the way we have defined strictly for cybersecurity attack of a cyber asset from a driver perspective, which would cause a cybersecurity risk event resulting in a level 1 through 5 consequence. Next slide, please. Did the slide change?
It did.
Okay. All right. Okay, so tranching is a logical kind of grouping of assets, physical or humans or systems, into subgroups like characteristics for purposes of risk assessment. In this case, the way cybersecurity sees it, the tranching is a form of the attack chain mapping or root cause of what to the how, right? If the threat actors are exploiting the exposure units and the drivers to achieve consequences, and this kind of outlines that. The tranches include the UDN and ODN assets and infrastructure, the people, third parties who have access to PG&E data systems or infrastructure, and software itself. Tranches broken down by the exposure points and the safety risk, the electric reliability risk, the gas reliability risk, total risk, and exposure units in the millions. And the tranches will be targeted via one of the risk driver attack vectors or drivers. So social engineering, malware, ransomware, software, application defect, vulnerability defects, infrastructure, supply chain insider. And then safety risk is measured for tranching of exposure and consequence from both the standpoint of preventative measures to either contain a cybersecurity incident and the consequence of loss of life or injury. Electric and gas reliability risk is measured in terms of exposure and consequences that could impact the electric grid reliability and gas pipeline reliability. And the financial risk is measured in terms of exposure and consequences that could impact the business operations and not being able to process payment, buy or sell energy, general business operation, fines or fees from regulatory compliance obligation. Slide. Change. Yeah. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I won't dive too much in this. This is just the definitions of it, of the drivers. But the drivers, as I mentioned earlier, are the attack techniques that threat actor uses to breach PG&E's network or systems to cause a cybersecurity risk event. So next slide, please. So the consequences represents the range of possible outcomes and impacts due to a successful cyber attack. We classify those as possible outcomes and impacts from level 1 to 5, as discussed earlier, with level 1 as a single incident and a level 5 being classified as a severe security incident with massive impacts of over 50% of users and system negatively impacted by the cybersecurity event. The consequences are measures in terms of natural units per event and monetized levels per event by their financial reliability and safety impacts resulting from business or operational impacts. And impacts of safety are expressed in terms of financial impacts versus life loss or loss of life and injury numbers. The core focus here, though, is really on the level 5 incidents and breaking down the natural units per event, the monetized level, the consequence per event, and providing an overview of core for it. All right, level 5, as you can see here, the consequence outcomes contribute to all the potential non-financial consequences associated to cyber attack. So you don't see that for the other levels 1 through 4. Majority of the safety impacts per event comes from indirect safety at 0.5 million, while electric liability per event is the key driver behind the level 5 core at 1.92 million event, 1.92 million per event. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide is really focused on the incident level consequences of expected loss and attribute risk score at the year level instead of an individual level. This slide helps highlight the impacts of level 1 through 4 incidents and their associated financial consequences per year basis. And currently, level 1 through 4 consequences do not contribute to the other potential non-financial consequences associated with cyber attacks. However, we are continuing to analyze this and expect to see an evolution of this analysis for level 3 and 4 as we gather more data and as more cyber crimes are occurring in the industry. Another key thing to point out here is level 1 incidents are the most common at a 99.8% frequency and carry low risk overall per incident. But however, when you analyze the level 1 incidents on a per year basis, then you can see that those consequences become a much higher financial impact year over year due to the high volume and becomes a potential higher risk overall, right? And this analysis really does a good job of highlighting this. At the same time, level 1 incidents can be leading indicators to future higher level consequences and more sophisticated attack techniques. So there's opportunities to mine this data and learn from this data in terms of what to anticipate in the future. Next slide. Okay, the cybersecurity risk reduction waterfall, as you can see from the graph, we're expecting to see risk reduction year over year from 2023's baseline to 2030's baseline through our identify, protect, detect, and respond risk mitigation. However, at the same time, we expect to see that the increasing threat landscape will continue to grow at a rapid rate and will continue to drive up our 2030 post-mitigation score. We're strategically and practically shifting our risk mitigation strategy to focus on the highest cost benefit ratios and with the highest level of risk reduction. As we shift or focus to kind of the general rate case, we plan on highlighting the evolution of our cybersecurity strategy to accelerate risk reduction mitigations to counter the increasing threat landscape. Next slide, please. All right, cybersecurity has 7 overall controls and mitigation programs, which are aligned to our overall strategy to reduce the cybersecurity risk event. The controls are our core pillars of our cybersecurity program, while the mitigations are added initiatives to accelerate risk reduction. These programs have a cost benefit ratio, or CBR, ranging from 0.8 to 175.4 to demonstrate cost efficiency. Typically, any number above a 1.0 is considered good, and the protect mitigation is slightly below that number at 0.08. The protection mitigation however, is a key element of our risk mitigation, as it prevents inherent risks from occurring and is the biggest risk mitigation reduction program and is a core dependency for the other controls and mitigation programs. And each program is expected to significantly reduce risk with a range from 56.5 million to 7,440 million. Next slide. All right, as part of the ramp process, PG&E considered 2 alternative mitigations that could be deployed in the future to reduce the risk of cybersecurity incident. One alternative was to shift our mitigation dollars from the protect domain to identify, which would increase our focus on identifying risks. However, it would also take key dollars away from implementing key controls to increase our protection to prevent attacks to PG&E. Another alternative was to shift our mitigation dollars from protect to detect, which would increase our detection capabilities. However, we would detect less activities and alerts if we were able to increase our protection to prevent attacks in the first place to PG&E. So after careful analysis, we believe that the other alternatives would bear a zero-sum gain, and in some cases, a negative impact to our future risk baseline score. And then the fluid nature of the current threat landscape, coupled with the evolving threats, required PG&E to constantly consider alternative programs, emphasis, and mitigations. With that, that concludes our slides here. So any questions?
David, I do think there's a question in chat from Jalal.
Hi, David.
Hi.
Thanks for sharing this risk. I had a clarifying question, and you partly answered it in your presentation on the delineation of tranches. If you could go to the bow tie diagram. I think that would be.
If you go to the bow tie diagram, slide 81, I believe. If we can, whoever's managing the slide, you can go back to the bow tie.
It's slide 77. Yes, thank you. So the exposure points and the drivers on the left, in the tranches that you explained, the UDN, ODN, and then 3 other tranches were third party and personnel related. I was wondering why, how including them as part of tranches makes sense versus having them as drivers on the left. And then a follow-up would be on how the exposure points are calculated in the center. Thank you.
Okay, great questions. So yeah, the UDN, ODN, and then people, vendors, you asked why they were not drivers. So drivers, as I mentioned earlier, they're really the attack techniques. And then for us, the UDN, ODN is really like our environment here at PG&E. So it's our utility data network and our operational data network. And then when we start looking at the people, right, contractors and employees, and again, those are ways that threat actors are using to drive it. But then I think what you're trying to point out, and I could be wrong here, but what I think what you're saying is they're leveraging or attacking these kind of tranches, the UDN, ODN, people, software, vendors, right? They are actually what's making up our exposure points. So when you ask how is exposure points being quantified, it is the makeup of how many employees, contractors we have in this company, is the makeup of how many softwares that we're using, how many vendors that we're leveraging. And so that's really what the makeup is of the exposure points. And the key thing, as I mentioned earlier, is the known exposure points. So as we get better at detecting more exposure points, we will find more. As we deploy new technology, we will have additional exposure points. So we expect that exposure point to continue to grow over time.
I see. Okay, I mean, I guess that's the framework you're working with. Thank you.
A question in the chat mentioned that fracking is becoming more concerns for the industry.
It's okay.
Spends more weeks.
I think that's an old one.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. Jim? Any other questions?
David, Yusuf, thank you. Appreciate it. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Steve, we're right where we want to be. For the agenda, I think. So if we want to move to general Q&A.
Yeah, let's move on to general Q&A. Participants can ask any questions related to this ramp and to any of the risks that were presented at this workshop today, or any risk in the ramp, not just the risks in this workshop.
So this is Tom Long. I'm raising my hand.
Yes, go ahead, please, Tom.
Okay, if I go, great. I want to ask some questions about the risk-adjusted values versus risk-neutral values. And I just wanted to clarify that all the risk scores and all of the CBRs that were presented in these slides today were based on PG&E's risk-adjusted function as opposed to a risk-neutral function. Can someone confirm that for me?
Yes, you're correct, Tom.
Okay, great. So that means, and I know you've got implied multipliers that you did that for one of our earlier workshops for risk scores, and I just to make the point, I just want to say if an implied multiplier turned out to be 5, and I know it's going to vary based on the attribute, but let's just say across all the attributes for a risk it turned out to be 5, then the CBR is going to be the CBR under the risk-adjusted, PG&E's risk-adjusted function is going to be 5 times greater than it would be if it were done using a risk-neutral function under that hypothetical, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And I haven't found yet, and maybe it's just I haven't looked hard enough. I haven't found risk-neutral CBRs in the submission, and at the aggregate level, or at the mitigation and control level, and at the tranche level. Maybe I missed something.
You're right. We have provided only the risk scores using risk neutral function, but not the CBRs. It's a lot more involved.
A lot more involved. So you don't have them. You don't even have them calculated. You don't have them ready to go.
Right. For the CBRs, we have to rerun our models using a different risk data that was created using the risk neutral function. So we'll have to do the model run in order to provide that.
And isn't that required? I know the decision came out while you're, before, right around the same time as the report was, you submitted your report, but decision 2405064 it requires the risk neutral numbers, doesn't it?
I do not think so, but Vince or Ken, can you comment on it?
Yeah, we're still working through the decision itself, but it does require the risk neutral values to be calculated. So that's how we interpret it for this run as well.
So in other words,
The risk value.
in order to come into compliance with the decision, you need to get us the risk neutral values, right?
Well, when we read the decision, we're still working through it, but we understand it to mean the risk values and not necessarily the CBRs.
So that's row 7 of the Appendix A to that decision I just cited. I mean, honestly,
Tom,
I hope we're not going to have a hard time getting these numbers from you.
I think that we have some, like Yumi mentioned, we have some technical issues running them, but this is once again something that if you want I think that's the main issue, that we have technical issues running them.
Okay.
It just hasn't been done yet, right?
We'll do a data request, and hopefully we'll be able to get them in the data request timeframe. I had a question also about how the risk attitude multiplier works. And it would help to begin by referring to slide 36, if we could turn to that. Thank you. So this shows a pre-mitigation, this before the mitigations go into effect, for 2027 baseline risk score of 19,633. And then we don't have to go there, but slide 33 showed that after you apply your mitigations, you get to a 2027 risk score of 7,666. And on this slide that we're on, the what I'm calling the multiplier, which is in the right side of the slide under heading C, risk attitude, is 5.45 for financial and 5.3 over 5 also for safety, lower for reliability. But I don't think that's, I guess my question is, when you get to the risk score of 7,666, which is the post mitigation risk score, is the position on the risk curve that decides what the multiplier is going to be, is that determined by the pre-mitigation risk or the post-mitigation risk? Do you see my question?
Yes, it is determined separately for each case, right? So for the pre-mitigation case, it's based on the pre-mitigation simulated consequence per event, and then aggregated up to the risk level in this manner. For the post-mitigation, it's separately done using the post-mitigation risk values simulated, computing the risk adjusted value and then aggregated up to the risk level. So the resulting risk adjustment factor could be different.
Yeah, one thing to point out, Tom, here, that this is just an illustration, but really that multiplier you see in column C, it's basically an implied multiplier.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah. So you could get a different, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Yumi answered my question. I think because I saw different numbers in your work papers for the implied multiplier, And but that's because it was applied. They're showing the implied multiplier for the post mitigation 7666 score, and they're going to be lower. Those are going to, they're not going to be as high up on the curve, and so they're not going to have as high multipliers.
Right.
It's work paper 14, Yumi. In the
could you repeat your 766, or is it 7666 7666?
yes, 7,606.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that one is not the post mitigation. It is include, oh, post mitigation, you mean post PSPS and EPSS. So it includes the reliability portion of the PSPS and EPSS.
Right. And I think that explains why those implied multipliers are lower than what is showing on slide 36.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. That helps. Those are my questions for now. Thanks, everybody.
Fred, do you want to point out the phase 2 versus phase 3 requirement for risk neutral numbers?
Yeah, hey everybody. I'll turn on my camera. You know, I don't have the decisions right in front of me, so I'm having trouble remembering exactly, but there could be my understanding is that the phase 2 decision would be the governing guidelines of the RDF in effect for PG&E's current ramp, because the phase 3 was decided fairly late. I don't think that we said that the phase 3 decision would be a requirement for this PG&E ramp filing. I'm going off the top of my head. We'll need to check this out, but it could be that there are different requirements for what the treatment of things like risk scaling. So Tom may be consulting his document right now. I don't have it right in front of me, but I'm just throwing it out there that there could very well be requirements specified for this particular ramp filing that we may need to consult if there's a question about what's required to be shown. That doesn't say that a party couldn't request a calculation or a demonstration of figures in a data request. So I'm certainly not trying to head that off. I just wanted to clarify that there may be different understanding of what a requirement is.
Thanks, Fred. I was going to jump in. I agree with everything you said, and Tom, we hear that. But I think that decision, the phase 3 decision, was provided on May 30th, right? So it seems to be after our submittal.
After the fact, yeah. So I would just need to be careful what's required.
But with that said, Tom, I'm happy to give you a call and work with you.
Great. Well, as long as I've got the mic, I was kind of curious about the previous presentation on cyber security risk. In the waterfall diagram, it seemed to me that there was a very large component of increasing risk predicted by the end of 2030. So I was just kind of curious. It seems like if that is an expectation or on PG&E's behalf, that maybe more mitigation efforts are justified so that we don't arrive at that high of a risk level in 2030. What's the thought about that?
Yeah. First off, good observation, Fred, and you're right. That is the plan in terms of we want to increase mitigation activities to really drive down that risk. And then that increasing threat landscape, it doesn't say necessarily it's time bound to 2030. It is over time, that's going to be the accumulation of increasing risk to the company, just because the threat landscape evolves so quickly and the range of how it impacts the risk is unpredictable at times, right? It really depends on the technology, depends on the geopolitics, it depends on new techniques that arise from threat actors. And so We're just trying to anticipate what could be in the next several years here. But you're absolutely correct, and that's something that we do want to include as part of our general rate case or GRC filing coming up here.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, if it was me, I'd want to make my reduction bars between 25 and 2030 taking a bigger bite out of, if that's possible, what it looks like to me.
Great.
We have two hands up. One from Havazer. Havazer, go ahead.
I have a question on slide 65. It's on loss of containment of gas transmission tranches. Okay. So on this slide, as you mentioned earlier, whoever spoke on that slide, ongoing mitigations. I'm looking at the 2023 baseline aggregate risk value and the risk percentage, and then looking into also 2027 baseline aggregated risk and risk percentage. Not clear why, as you are doing the risk mitigation from 2023 to 2027 is still same pretty much. There is no reduction of the risk as you're mitigating. Is that what you're saying?
I think from a percentage standpoint, there's not enough significant digits to document the risk reduction. You can see if you look at the aggregated risk value, it's going from 188.93 down to 186.13. And in the three highlighted, each of them is seeing a amount of risk reduction.
So the mitigation perspective, it is very small from year to year. Is that what you are specifying in the box?
Correct. Correct. Excuse me. Yes.
Thanks.
Those boxes are actually just the top tranches. So we're just looking at the top three tranches. Overall, you can see what the overall mitigation reduction is. Excuse me.
Thank you.
And Chris Parks.
Yeah, thank you. So if we could go back to slide 44, please. So what I was looking for were like CBR figures to compare. I mean, two of the major mitigations for wildfire are undergrounding and cover conductor. And my understanding is in Southern California, they've hardened thousands of miles using cover conductor, and we're not seeing that in Northern California. And so in looking at alternatives, I was looking to see like the CBR figures for alternatives between cover conductor versus underground. And I'm not seeing that in any of these alternatives. Is there a reason for that?
Chris, maybe I could respond to that. I'm not sure if Andy's on the line. So it's not considered part of the alternatives because both cover conductor, like our system hardening cover conductor program, does plan to continue. I think in chat we responded to those questions, and as Wendy pointed out, we do continue to propose continued overhead cover conductor work each year. And so it was kind of bundled with the rest of the programs in the earlier slides, but there's no specific alternative associated with that program.
Could I just add, if you don't mind, Chris, to that point? I do think I understand what Chris is saying though, because the proposal for the cover conductor is much less percentage wise than what was approved in the 2023 GRC. So even having an alternative that had a higher percent of cover conductor combined with undergrounding you know, why didn't PG&E consider that as an alternative?
Yeah, I mean, I think the company considers a lot of different types of plans. And you know, where the discussion landed was we wanted to share our undergrounding program along with continued cover conductoring, recognizing that underground does not work everywhere. And an alternative would represent how we would think about our underground planning differently. We do provide the cost benefit ratios for both our overhead and undergrounding programs as part of our ramp chapter, as well as the work papers.
So I'm going to suggest that I believe that it would be really important for to have another workshop devoted to that. You know, maybe there's some stuff in the work papers, but it makes sense that decision makers and parties, that this is core critical information to be, you know, presented, discussed, because it, you know, even in the last round of decision making, it seems like there's some wide variations between whether to do cover conductor or undergrounding. And then there's this large disparity between Northern and Southern California. And it's such a large overall impact on, you know, ratepayer bills that this really deserves special attention. So I'm going to suggest that it would be very useful if interveners and parties and others could have a session devoted to that. If we could go back one more slide to slide 43, please. So this one kind of shows, you know, under this underground system hardening graphic, and it's very useful. It kind of gives a big picture of you know, where this all lands. And having, you know, what I mentioned earlier was, you know, a baseline for 2023, a baseline for 2027, a baseline for 2031 to show, well, what's the timeline? What's the progress for this mitigation? Because I think that it would be also useful to compare not only undergrounding, but, you know, to see an alternative for cover conductor, because cover conductor can be implemented, at least from what we've observed in Southern California, at a much greater rate, a much faster rate. So risks are reduced in a different fashion, but also at a greater timeline, a better timeline. And so one of the things that I don't see is like, what's the risk when we're delaying the overall reduction of risk through a program of undergrounding that requires, you know, permits and that kind of stuff. So having a comparison of this waterfall using the specifics of undergrounding versus cover conductor, I think would help, you know, decision makers and parties understand why this is the option or the alternative that PG&E is going through. And rather than put it into a work paper, if it could be front and center in a presentation and in a workshop devoted to this, that would be my request.
Chris, I think the team is happy to reach out, you know, to you and talk a little bit about this one, but the analysis isn't provided in our report. The purpose of the ramp is to hear feedback from the commission and other parties as we get to the GRC. So certainly hear what you say and appreciate the comments.
That's my feedback. Thank you.
Chris, no doubt SPD will consider your request, and we'll discuss this request with Safety Policy Division Management and the assigned ARJ to see if that's the path we want to go. And also, we also have to discuss this with PG&E to see the feasibility of a second workshop. Are there any other questions? So Wendy, go ahead.
I think, did we have this workshop scheduled till 4 or 4:30?
I think it's the 4:10. The Q&A kind of ends here now, and then I think there's going to be kind of closing comments. Wendy.
Okay. Then I'll postpone, and I think I sent you an email yesterday, Ken, so that's something I just want to follow up on separately, going into the work papers for the wildfire a little more in depth. So
Tom, you have your hand up.
Yeah, very quick question. There are a lot of tables and figures in this these slides. Are they all can they all be found? Can the work papers for those tables and figures, et cetera, can they be found in the RAMP submission, or should we just do a data request to get them?
So I think, Tom, all of the material is in the RAMP report. Obviously, we've had some of our graphics folks work on the presentation here. So there is nothing new in the presentation materials, but it might be in a slightly different format. So I'm going to ask Ken for concurrence there. And I think if you've got specific direction you'd like, we can point you to it. Or if there's a DR behind a particular figure, we can certainly provide that.
It's not like you can just put together a package of work papers for the slides. I mean, I'm just trying to think of the easiest way to just, because I'm inclined to just say, do a data request asking for the work papers associated with the slides, but if that's not going to be a fruitful question.
I think that the information is contained within our work paper. So you're just looking, Tom, to how to kind of get to it directly. Is that right?
Yeah.
Can we think about that one for a second and see if I can just.
Of course. Yeah.
It looks like there are no more questions. I think we can go ahead and do the closeout remarks. PG&E.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. And all I was going to do, sorry to cut you off there, Ken. All I was going to do was to say thank you to Steve and the CPUC again for hosting. I really appreciate it. Also wanted to thank all of the parties for their engagement and comments. There's a number of traditional voices here that we're used to hearing and appreciate hearing from, in turn, in CalPA and members of the CPUC. So we appreciate that. But there's also a few new voices this time around, at least new to me. And I really appreciate those voices and that diversity of thought coming in. Also, just finally want to thank all of the PG&E functional area SMEs that participated in the development, the preparation, and the presenting and handling of questions of the materials here. That's a big task as well, so that should go noticed also. And I'll conclude and hand it back over to you, Ken, and then to Steve. I just wish everybody a safe remainder of your day.
I have nothing else to add, Paul. I just want to appreciate the time for people being here and for the prep and the presenters. It was significant. So thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. So it's been a very long day today. We had very many good questions, many good discussions from parties and participants. I hope parties have found this workshop to be informative and helpful. And likewise, I hope that PG&E has found the feedback from parties useful. I want to give special thanks for PG&E for the well-prepared presentations and to all the participants who asked very meaningful and very stimulating questions. I also want to thank our CPUC IT team for their continued support in preparing and running these workshops. The next step is for SPD staff to continuing to work on the evaluation report, which is scheduled to be finished by September 3rd, which looks like there is a lot of days between now and September 3rd, but at the pace that these evaluations are going, that's a very, very tight deadline. And so just one more thought on the question of an additional workshop, this is something that I cannot decide on my own. I have to take this up with the CPUC SPD management and also with the assigned AROJ Regnier. So, and of course, as I stated before, I also will hear feedback from PG&E on this as to whether or not it is feasible to have a second workshop. And so with that, I just want to say thank you again to everyone. And this workshop is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Let's see. Joe, could you please stop recording and say